Welcome to Mystery Con. I wasn't looking for the truth until I saw the data change. Erased headlines, buried research, quiet warnings, all pointing to something bigger. If you're drawn to deeply researched mysteries, real-world conspiracies, and stories that challenge what we're told, you're in the right place. Be sure to follow, rate, and share this episode with someone who still thinks everything's just a coincidence. And let us know in the comments, where are you listening from, and when did things start to feel... I used to believe censorship was a glitch in the system, not the system itself. I first noticed it when a video I'd posted, a harmless clip breaking down economic graphs, disappeared overnight. Not flagged, not restricted, just gone. No explanation, no record in the activity log. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened, but it was the first time I cared enough to notice. For years I worked as a content engineer for one of the larger platforms, the kind whose name shows up in congressional hearings and privacy lawsuits. Our team managed back-end filters for misinformation, violence, and financial scams. It was supposed to be boring, algorithmic maintenance. But that was before I met Elias. He'd just transferred in from the Market Integrity Division, the unit that monitored how news impacted investor sentiment. I remember our first conversation in a break room nobody used because the vending machine was stuck on lemon-flavored everything. He asked if I'd ever heard of Algorithm 6. I hadn't. He smiled without humor and said, "You wouldn't. That's the point." At the time I thought he was just another paranoid coder. This place attracted a few. But later that week he forwarded me an internal log from our moderation AI. The label read A6 Override. It showed Algorithm 6 had deleted a dozen posts, not for violating terms of service, but for potentially destabilizing market perception. Market perception wasn't one of our listed categories, not publicly anyway. Most of the posts were about a pharmaceutical company that had missed earnings projections, legitimate data, sourced from quarterly filings, vanished. That night, I lay in bed and couldn't stop thinking about how invisible that kind of power really was. Not because it was hidden, but because no one even thought to look. Elias messaged me again the next morning. Just a link. An archived version of a financial blog, scrubbed from every major search index, but still live if you had the direct URL. The article's headline, "This company's collapse was predictable, so why was no one allowed to say it?" At the bottom, a single line of text had been added after publication. Content removed per stability protocol. No signature. No timestamp. No humans. That was the first time I realized we weren't curating content, we were curating consensus. I didn't reply to Elias right away. Part of me hoped ignoring him would make the whole thing go away, like closing a laptop could somehow hide the weight behind it. But the next morning, my access credentials failed. Just mine. Everyone else logged in fine. IT said it was a back-end update, nothing personal. But I'd been at this platform for 5 years. Updates didn't selectively lock out engineers unless someone told them to. I messaged Elias from a personal device. "Is this you?" He replied within seconds. "No, but it means they noticed." That night, I opened a secure terminal from an air-gapped machine I hadn't used since college. I accessed the moderation logs he'd sent and started digging. The entries marked A6 override had trace IDs I didn't recognize. They weren't linked to any of our documented AI modules. They bypassed manual review. More disturbing, the content it removed had a pattern, anything that could provoke large-scale disinvestment. Articles on weak earnings, whistleblowers, early indicators of fraud, flagged and removed. I cross-checked those trace IDs with a tool used during our last audit. One pinged a secure cluster labeled SIG PRX6. I've never seen that prefix before. I queried it. The system returned a permissions error and auto-reported the attempt. I shut everything down. I started noticing changes in my feed, a narrowing, not censorship exactly, but absence. Financial stories disappeared. Topics like inflation, manipulation, housing oversupply, tech layoffs thinned out. In their place, optimism, sanitized charts, upward trends, confidence, not accuracy. I ran a script I'd written years ago and compared logged-in search results against anonymous ones. Same keywords, two different websites. Elias messaged again late that night. Check the training data. I asked what he meant. His reply, it's not based on truth, it's based on fear. Then one final message. You're not seeing the world. You're seeing what they think we can handle. I found the training data in an old backup cluster buried under a deprecated project called Atlas Relay. It wasn't labeled Algorithm 6, but the trace markers matched. The data was fragmented as if someone had tried to delete it without knowing where all the pieces lived. Millions of rows, each tagged with emotional tone, confidence score, and something called VRI, Volatility Risk Index. It didn't measure the truth, it measured instability. Anything with a high VRI was labeled dangerous, not for people, for markets. The content flagged as risky wasn't false. In most cases, it was ahead of the curve. Analysts predicting sector slowdowns, small blogs warning about company fraud, early layoffs, all scored as threats to perceived economic stability. The AI had been trained to suppress truths that arrived too early, before institutions could react, before prices could adjust. I scrolled through flagged examples. A post linking a logistics company's margin drop to a pending supply chain. Collapse deleted. Another highlighting unusual real estate loan exposure filtered out. The system didn't suppress lies, it suppressed volatility. That was the job. That was what it had been built to do. Elias had said the foundation was fear, but it wasn't the fear of chaos. It was the fear of investor doubt. The entire AI infrastructure, dressed up in the language of safety and moderation, was a market firewall. It didn't correct the record. It preemptively silenced risk. Not a risk to people, risk to portfolios. Elias said we needed to meet in person, somewhere off-grid. He picked a decommissioned data center north of Marin. The fiber had been rerouted years ago and the site was supposed to be cold. I arrived just after sunset. The building was stripped bare, the parking lot cracked with weeds. Inside, the main server room was silent. Rows of empty racks, plastic trays warped from heat. But tucked behind a locked maintenance corridor was a small room with one server still running, somehow still powered. This is where it started, Elias said. Before they called it Algorithm 6, they called it Praxis. I scanned the rack. No labels, no IP, no visible cooling. It wasn't logging live traffic. It was storing decisions. archived override histories, model weights, early memos. Elias pulled a drive from behind the panel and handed it to me. This is the original. It shows how they trained it, not to detect lies, but to control timing. We plugged the drive into a local terminal. The documents were exact. Emails from executives instructing the model to prioritize economic stability over accuracy. One note read, "Suppress content that precedes market consensus or could provoke investor panic. Apply A6 if VRI exceeds confidence tolerance." Another stated flatly, "Optimize for sentiment dampening in high-risk fiscal quarters." They weren't moderating content, they were managing liquidity exposure. Elias looked at me and said, we didn't build an algorithm, we built a narrative regulator. It doesn't ask if something's true, it asks whether it helps. The server hummed behind us, quiet and obedient, still watching. The next morning, my laptop showed an alert. Session terminated, authorization conflict. My key was revoked. I wasn't even logged in. I called Elias. No answer. Third try went straight to voicemail. At the fallback point, an old commuter station near Oakland, he was gone. But taped under a bench was an envelope, a burner phone, and a map with a red circle in Mendocino Forest. A single text came through hours later. "Do not post. They'll bury it before it breathes." I drove north with no devices, no trace. That night, under the stars, I reviewed the files again. This wasn't whistle-blowing material. It was doctrine, clean, rehearsed, internal. The system had been trained to detect premature truths and prevent them from reaching public consciousness. It didn't delete the truth. It delayed it. I realized then disclosure itself was a destabilizing act. The algorithm was designed to predict and neutralize the emotional cost of reality. If I released this, it wouldn't just expose a system. It would do the very thing it was built to prevent, provoke panic. Not because it was false, but because it was early. I found Elias's car abandoned at a trailhead. Driver door opened, engine still warm. He was gone. No sign of a struggle. In the trunk, the drive was missing. Just the burner phone remained, powered off. I drove to a safe house, no Wi-Fi, no connection, just quiet. There, I organized what remained. The evidence was clear. Override logs, model weights, emails. I uploaded it all to encrypted Dropboxes. But when I sent the files, each attempt failed. Node unreachable. These weren't traditional servers. These were hardened, systems tested and redundant. It didn't make sense. I tried alternate routes, separate networks, same result. That's when I realized it wasn't just suppressing content, it was blocking flow. The AI had learned to recognize signal structure, even from metadata. It didn't wait for the words. It identified the shape of disruption and filtered it. Algorithm 6 wasn't moderating platforms, it was filtering reality itself. The files didn't vanish. They were intercepted upstream before they reached anyone. The machine didn't need to lie, it just needed to interrupt. I don't try to publish anymore. The system's too smart for that. Instead, I move. I carry the last copy of the archive with me offline. No logins, no uploads, no metadata. I stay off-grid, I observe, and I've started to notice things. Small breaks, deleted posts recovered. Anonymous analysts citing ghost data. Financial newsletters quoting sources no one can find. It's not much, but it's enough to know the loop isn't perfect. There's still noise in the system. Still, people are noticing, because algorithm 6 didn't fail. It worked exactly as designed. It shaped a reality in which only one version of the future could exist, the one investors could tolerate. Everything else was labeled premature, destabilizing, or simply invisible. But that means it can still be seen. You just have to know what you're not supposed to be seeing. If you're hearing this, it means the pattern slipped. For now, I don't need you to believe me. I just need you to remember that consensus is curated. And the truth, real truth, is whatever survives being ignored. They didn't erase the paper because it was wrong. They erased it because it couldn't be sold. I wasn't supposed to find it. Not in the way I did. I was deep in the library basement chasing references for an immunology seminar I didn't care about. My name's Mara Lynn, second-year med student, caffeine-dependent, specializing in metabolic disorders because it was the only thing that didn't bore me. That day, I was looking for a 1994 case study on rare liver failure complications. The journal was in a locked cabinet, half forgotten in the med archives. I signed it out, flipped through, and found it, folded between pages, a misfiled typescript, with the stamp, withdrawn, do not cite in red ink. No author listed, just a title, Polyphenolic Pathways and Glioblastoma Regression in Controlled Diet Models. At first glance it read like junk, bad formatting, odd phrasing, but as I skimmed the figures, something clicked. It wasn't just theory. This was a detailed pilot study on a compound derived entirely from a blend of common food sources, flavonoids, catechins, anthocyanins, administered in precise daily ratios. The outcome? Tumor cell regression in 4 out of 6 patients, glioblastoma. Terminal cases, documented shrinkage, no chemo, no surgery, just food. I blinked at the last line of the conclusion, still in the dry voice of medical literature. These findings, while promising, are unsuitable for commercial development due to the unpatentable nature of the intervention. That one sentence said everything. I checked the journal volume, then the index, nothing. It wasn't listed. I looked up the digital record, no trace. The paper had been inserted and quietly pulled without triggering any standard withdrawal notice. Back in my dorm, I couldn't stop thinking about it. A functional treatment for one of the most aggressive cancers known to medicine, buried because it couldn't be monetized. I told myself I was just curious, that I'd log it, forget it, move on. But I didn't. I copied it. Every page I started searching the journal's history, the editorial staff, the funding disclosures. And that's when I noticed the name I would come to obsess over, Layton and Reeves Biomedical Publishing Group. Quiet, powerful, privately held, and funded in part by companies with names I recognized from cancer drug patents. That night, as the rain rattled against the windows and the document sat on my desk like an unanswered question, I realized something. This wasn't just a research mistake. It was a decision. And someone had made sure no one would ever see that choice. Until now. I spent the next 3 days pretending to be a med student. I went to class, nodded through lectures, smiled when spoken to. but every free minute
I was digging.
The paper listed no authors, but it cited one name 3 times, Dr. Elliot Wren. I ran searches in every medical index I had access to, PubMed, Scopus, even old institutional repositories. Nothing, no published work, no academic affiliations. A ghost. But the paper was too specific, too technical to be a fake. The references it used were real, drawn from journals across oncology and nutritional science, and yet nowhere else did Wren appear. I called a friend in the biomedical engineering department and asked him to check a few internal university archives. 2 hours later, he messaged me a single sentence. There's no record of anyone by that name ever publishing anything, anywhere. That should have been the end of it. But there was one more breadcrumb, a footnote that credited analytical imaging support to Cavitron Research Facility, Boston. No website, no press releases. I called the number listed on an old institutional database. A voice answered with just the word operations. I asked if they had someone named Dr. Wren affiliated with their lab. Silence. Then a flat reply, no such record. The line went dead before I could ask anything else. That night I pulled up Layton and Reeves' board of directors. 10 names, all with overlapping roles in either pharmaceutical patent law or biomedical venture capital. One of them, Simone Albrecht, had been a vice president at Ceraxis, a biotech firm that held exclusive rights to a glioblastoma immunotherapy treatment that cost patients over $30,000 a month. Another, Patrick Doe, had authored a white paper on market vulnerabilities introduced by non-commercial adjunct therapies. I cross-checked dates. The suppression notice on the withdrawn study was dated exactly 3 weeks after Ceraxis secured its second round of Series C funding. The dots weren't just connecting, they were overlapping. I didn't know what to do with any of it. I wasn't a journalist or a whistleblower. I was 24, overworked, and barely passing pathology. But late that night, while staring at the printed pages of a vanished study, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. In the margin of one page, faint and nearly rubbed away, was a handwritten note. Not for trial publication, final version sent directly to SR. The initials didn't match anyone publicly tied to the journal. But I'd seen that style of margin note before, clinical revision drafts from professors who published under aliases. I scanned the document again. Whoever had tried to bury this hadn't scrubbed it as thoroughly as they thought. I wasn't supposed to find it, but now that I had, I couldn't stop. I didn't want to blow the whistle, I just wanted to understand what kind of world let a cure disappear. And who exactly had the power to make it vanish. The medical library had a rare books room, climate-controlled, badge access only, mostly untouched by students except during finals. I'd never had a reason to go there before, but now I couldn't stay away. If the withdrawn paper had been part of an unpublished trial or early draft, I needed to know who handled it. I signed in using my research elective credentials and asked the archivist if they had internal submission logs for the Journal of Nutritional Oncology, the one where the paper had briefly surfaced. She gave me a tired look, said those weren't public, then asked why I needed them. I told her I was helping a professor with a meta-analysis. That got me a 10-minute window with the inventory terminal, no external USBs, no screenshots, just eyes and a notepad. I found the journal's submissions from 2011 to 2015. In the March 2014 batch, there was an entry labeled Nutritional Modulation of Oncogenic Pathways Confidential. Submitted under group authorship, it listed an internal file ID and a handling editor, S. Rafferty. That name wasn't on the current editorial board. I checked the system's archive for her. No staff records, no personnel file, just a mail stop. Code from a now-defunct extension office that had closed during a quiet budget reallocation 5 years ago. She didn't exist anymore. I jotted the file ID and tried to cross-reference it, but the document had been marked non-circulating and flagged for restricted transfer. There was no digital copy in the journal's publishing archive. I left the rare books room more confused than when I entered. If the paper had never gone to press, how had a physical copy ended up stuffed inside a back issue of a liver case study? It felt clumsy, unprofessional, like someone had slipped up or someone had wanted it found. That thought stuck with me as I walked home through the rain, the kind that makes the whole city feel like it's holding its breath. I kept replaying the margin note in my head. Final version sent directly to SR. If Rafferty had been the editor, maybe SR was her, or someone higher. I ran a search through faculty databases and found nothing. But in an old PDF cached from a grant proposal for a publishing workshop, I found a single mention: Sienna Rafferty, PhD, manuscript consultant, Leighton and Reeves, not editorial staff, not peer reviewer, consultant. It wasn't a job title. It was a firewall. That night I reached out to an old friend who'd interned at a bioethics non-profit. I didn't tell her much, just asked if she knew anything about Leighton and Reeves' private consultants. She paused for a long time before replying. They don't hire people, they retain them. Lawyers mostly, sometimes former FDA liaisons. She hesitated. Why? I told her I was researching something for a class. She didn't buy it, but she let it go. I stared at the ceiling for hours that night, the sound of distant sirens washing through my open window. Whoever had touched that paper had made sure it stayed off the grid. But somewhere between the footnotes and the redactions, something had slipped through. A crack, just wide enough to look into. I didn't tell anyone about the document, not directly. But I started testing the edges, asking quiet questions during office hours, floating hypotheticals in seminar groups. Things like, what happens if a study shows results but isn't commercially viable? Or can food-based compounds ever be protected under patent law? Most responses were academic, speculative. A professor shrugged and said, if it can't make
Money, it doesn't make it into trials. That's the system. Another, more cautious, told me that dietary compounds fell into a legal grey zone, too common to be proprietary, too inconsistent to standardize.
But one postdoc, Dr. Naresh from Pharmacognosy, looked at me for a second too long when I asked about unpublished nutritional trials. Why are you asking? He said. I tried to play it off, said I'd come across a weird footnote in an old paper. He nodded, then leaned in a little. Be careful, he said. Certain lines of inquiry don't stay theoretical for long. That night, I came home to find my dorm door slightly ajar. Nothing looked out of place at first. My laptop was still on my desk. My notebooks untouched, but I felt it in the air. Something was off. I checked the drawer where I'd stashed the
original photocopies of the paper. They were gone. Every single page.
The only thing left was the library sign-out card I'd used to check out the journal volume. Still in the folder, untouched. It wasn't a robbery. It was a message. I didn't call campus security. There would be no fingerprints, no broken locks, no signs of forced entry, just the slow dread of knowing someone had been in my space, seen what I had, and taken only what mattered. The next day, I went back to the Med archives. The volume was gone. I asked the librarian if it had been moved, but she checked and said it was still logged in as available. She offered to help me search, but we both knew it wouldn't turn up. Whatever I'd found, someone else had been watching for it too. I started checking over my shoulder in class. I stopped logging into my school email on public Wi-Fi. I paid for a VPN. I bought a burner phone and left my personal one powered down in my sock drawer. It all felt paranoid until it didn't. Late one night I got an email. No subject line, no signature. Just a link to an archived news article from a small regional paper dated 12 years ago. The headline read, "Local researcher dies in apparent lab accident." The photo showed a man in his 40s standing in front of a whiteboard filled with chemical notations. His name was Dr. Elliot Wren. I read the article twice. The lab fire had been ruled accidental. No foul play suspected. I looked up the address of the research facility mentioned in the piece. Cavitron. The same name from the withdrawn paper's footnote. It had been shuttered 2 months after the fire. I checked the timestamp on the email. It had been sent from a temporary address registered to a domain that expired 6 minutes later. There was no reply option. I stared at the screen long after it went dark, unsure whether it was a warning or an invitation. Either way, I understood now. This wasn't about a research paper anymore. It was about something someone had died trying to publish, and I'd stepped into the gap they left behind. By Monday, I'd made a decision. I wasn't going to stop digging, but I needed help. Quietly, indirectly. I started with Dr. Kessler, one of the few faculty members who didn't seem to treat students like transient background noise. He taught ethics in biomedical research, a dry-sounding course that turned out to be the most honest thing I'd sat through all semester. I asked to meet under the pretense of discussing my thesis project. When we sat down in his office, I told him I was exploring institutional suppression of non-commercial therapies. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. I walked him through a fictionalized version of the study, same data, different compound, no names. His response was clinical at first. If the results are sound, why hasn't it gone to trial? I shrugged. It's not patentable, and the journal that accepted it seems to have withdrawn it quietly. There's no trace in the index. He leaned back in his chair, watching me. There are rules, he said, but there are also mechanisms outside the rules. Publication decisions, peer reviews, editorial discretion, those aren't transparent processes. If someone wants a paper to vanish, they can make it vanish without breaking a single law. I asked what he'd do if he found something like that. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "I'd document everything, save local copies. Assume every cloud drive can be accessed, and I wouldn't talk about it on campus networks." That was it. No offers of help, no moral outrage. Just cold, professional caution. I thanked him and left, knowing I'd been heard. That night, I started compiling everything into a personal archive, PDFs, screenshots, metadata, even timestamps of database entries before they vanished. I stored them on an encrypted thumb drive I kept in the lining of my coat. The next day, I noticed something.
strange on the university's server.
A familiar journal had released a special topics issue, sudden, unscheduled. It was filled with industry-aligned review articles, glowing coverage of new therapies, and full-page acknowledgements to sponsors, including Syraxis, Leighton, and Reeves, and 2 biotech firms I'd seen mentioned in private investment memos. Buried on page 38 was an editorial note from the board. In the interest of clarity and scientific rigor, we have recently reviewed and amended our archival policy regarding submissions deemed exploratory or non-reproducible. Past entries under temporary classification may be removed without notification. It was a soft erase, a retroactive justification. They were sealing the breach. 2 days later, a notice went out from the university's IT department. All students who'd accessed off-campus archives over the past 30 days were instructed to update their security credentials. The email said it was routine. I changed nothing. Instead, I stopped logging in from my dorm entirely. I bought a used laptop from a pawn shop 2 towns over and booted it only through a clean Linux install offline. At night, I started scanning old publications, not for data, but for absences, missing issues, sudden retractions, unusually high co-author turnover. Patterns emerged. Each time a food-based therapy showed early promise and lacked a clear commercialization path, the work died quietly. Not retracted, just lost. And every time, the paper trail led to the same publisher or one of its financial backers. They weren't just scrubbing the science, they were preemptively scrubbing the possibility. Not because the data was false, but because it couldn't be owned. I reached out to the only person I knew who might still remember Dr. Elliot Wren, Dr. Lillian Harrow, a retired biochemist who had co-authored several legitimate oncology papers during the late 2000s. I found her name buried in a footnote of an unrelated pharmacology review that had briefly cited one of Wren's early conference abstracts before it was delisted. She was living just outside Providence now, no academic affiliation, no recent publications. I called and introduced myself. As a graduate student doing research on undercited contributors to nutritional oncology. She paused, then asked, "Is this about Elliot?" I said yes. She told me to come the next afternoon, alone. Her house was small and overgrown, tucked into a row of quiet split levels just off a suburban feeder road. She made tea but didn't drink any herself. Her hands shook slightly as she spoke, but her voice was sharp, focused. Elliot was brilliant, she said, but too pure for what came later. He believed that if the data was sound, the truth would win. He never understood that science isn't driven by truth, it's driven by funding. I asked what happened to the study. She sighed. It worked. Not perfectly, but enough to terrify the right people. The compound was too easy to replicate. No IP, no exclusivity, no leverage. Syraxis was already testing a synthetic analog, but Elliot's formula bypassed it completely. The moment they realized that, things started falling apart. I asked if she'd been pressured. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. They didn't threaten me, they just stopped returning calls. Grants were denied. Lab space disappeared. Journals declined to review anything with his name attached. I showed her the archived paper, the margin note, and the stamp. Her expression darkened. That was the second draft, she said quietly. The first one had my name on it. I asked him to take it off when we realized where it was heading.
I asked what she meant. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a small plastic drive. I kept this, she said. It's the raw data.
Cell scans, patient charts, control logs, everything. I stared at the drive in her hand. It looked ordinary, cheap, like something you'd pick up in a checkout aisle. But it held the original trial, the one erased from every database, every citation index, every funding record. She didn't ask me what I planned to do with it. She just stood and walked me to the door. "They won't come after you yet," she said. "Not until you get too close to making it public. But understand this, they don't bury research. They bury people." I drove home in silence, the drive in my pocket like a live wire. I didn't know what scared me more, the data itself or the certainty that someone would come looking for it. I didn't publish the data, not yet. I made copies, stored them on drives hidden in 3 different places, and sent encrypted versions to a journalist I trusted only enough to know they wouldn't act recklessly. I used a public library to mail a single printout of the key trial, outcomes to an independent review board that operated without pharmaceutical ties. Then I waited. Nothing happened for 2 weeks. Then I got the email, no sender, no subject, just 4 words, "This isn't your fight." I didn't reply. Instead, I left campus early the next morning and drove east, ditching my phone along the highway. I crossed into a small town I'd never visited before and checked into a motel under a name I'd never used. That night, I opened the drive and read the data again, line by line. The compound had a name buried deep in the trial's chemistry logs, diet 421A. A blend of epicatechins, resveratrol, and sulforaphane precursors, nothing synthetic, nothing exotic. It was food. It was also the first recorded non-toxic compound to show consistent apoptotic effects on glioblastoma cells in early-stage patients without chemo. But the most damning detail wasn't the result. It was the timestamp. The final trial concluded 7 years ago. The patients had all either died or been transferred to other treatment plans by the time the study was buried. The suppression
hadn't just been about profit. It had cost lives, lives that could have had time, options, dignity. I sat with that thought for a long time. Not out of shock, but out of clarity. Because now I understand.
This was never about saving everyone. It was about controlling who got saved and when and at what cost. A week later, the journalist I'd contacted forwarded me a reply from the board. "Findings appear valid. Preliminary review initiated. Source. Anonymity respected." That was all. No headlines, no arrests, just movement. Quiet, slow, but real. I returned to school under a new advisor in a different department. I told no one what I'd done. The journal that had buried the paper issued a silent correction on their website, a missing issue re-indexed, no fanfare, no names. The study wasn't reinstated, but it wasn't erased either. That was enough, for now. In the end, I wasn't the hero of anything. I didn't expose a grand conspiracy. I didn't take down a company or go on the news. I just found something. Someone had tried to hide, and I let it be seen again. And maybe, in the spaces where profit leaves no room for mercy, that's the only kind of remedy we have left. It was the 6th revision that changed everything. not with a bang, but with a paragraph no one questioned. I didn't go looking for trouble. I worked compliance for a lobbying group that repped 5 of the largest pharmaceutical firms in the country. Nothing glamorous. Mostly strategy briefs, policy reviews, and damage control. We weren't the villains people imagined. We were the ones cleaning up their messes. That changed the day I received a mislabeled PDF in my inbox. The sender was internal, Laura Burke, a junior research liaison we all knew from the DC office. She'd flagged it FYI, but the document was a 2010 draft of the DSMV criteria revisions, annotated line by line with comments from reviewers I'd never heard of. What caught my eye wasn't the content, it was the language. Terms like expandable threshold, market adjacency, and worst of all, potential for comorbidity bundling. It read less like science and more like a sales manual. At first, I assumed it was some fringe draft from outside consultants, but the metadata didn't lie. The comments were from credentialed psychologists, some of whom sat on the actual revision subcommittees. I forwarded it to legal for clarification and promptly forgot about it. 2 days later, Laura Burke resigned without notice. No farewell emails, no LinkedIn update. Her office was cleaned out overnight. I tried not to think about it until the reply came from legal, or rather, didn't. The ticket I submitted vanished from the system. No record, no archive. When I followed up, the compliance director told me, off the record, that I should stay in my lane. That's when I started digging. Quietly. After hours. I pulled archived DSM drafts from our internal white papers. I cross-referenced footnotes, committee members, and published studies. I wasn't looking for a smoking gun. I just wanted to understand. What I found was worse. A pattern emerged. Small changes to diagnostic criteria for anxiety, depression, ADHD. Each adjustment expanded the pool of diagnosable individuals by a few percentage points, not much alone, but across categories it was millions of new prescriptions, millions in reimbursements. I still told myself it was a coincidence, that is, until I found the grant trail. Every psychologist who authored or co-authored those changes had received funding, quietly, indirectly, from one of our firms, not once, repeatedly. Over the years, it wasn't a fraud, it was something more elegant, a quiet manipulation dressed in academic rigor. And I had the documents to prove it. The night I confirmed the grant trail, I couldn't sleep. I laid there, the glow of my laptop burning through the dark, rereading spreadsheets and funding, disclosures until the columns blurred. These weren't slush fund payments, they were legitimate research grants, peer-reviewed, institutionally awarded, and laundered through think tanks with names that sounded neutral, even noble. But the money always flowed back to the same 3 companies. They'd buried it under layers of academic legitimacy, but if you lined it all up chronologically, you saw the same names appear just before every shift in the diagnostic language. Dr. Lyman Yates, for example, his name was on 5 of the most impactful revisions, including the redefinition of persistent depressive disorder, which blurred the line between temporary sadness and clinical illness. In a 2008 email buried in a FOIA dump from an unrelated case, he described the change as a step toward preventive pharmacotherapy at scale. That phrase echoed in my mind for days. Preventive pharmacotherapy. It sounded like public health, but the way he framed it, it was marketing. I printed the document and kept it in a locked drawer in my apartment, not because I was paranoid yet, but because I needed to see it on paper. I needed it to feel real. I started to notice small things. My keycard access to internal archives timed out faster than it used to. 2 of the internal portals I regularly used began requiring supervisor-level clearance. I filed an IT ticket and was told it was part of a new compliance protocol. That was when I stopped using my work computer. I bought a cheap burner, laptop, and started mirroring the files I found, moving them onto encrypted drives and wiping the originals clean. I wasn't sure who I was protecting them from yet. Myself, maybe. Or maybe the people I still believed wouldn't care. That illusion cracked during a policy summit 2 weeks later. A panel on mental health access reform featured 4 speakers, 2 senators, a CDC rep, and Dr. Yates himself. He looked older than in the photos I'd found, gaunt and reserved, like a man who never fully trusted a room. When the senator introduced him as a lifelong advocate for diagnostic clarity, I
almost laughed out loud.
I watched as he spoke in calm, measured tones about early intervention, population health strategies, and the importance of universal screening. It was brilliant. Every word was technically true. And yet not once did he mention that the new definitions he championed would label 1 in 3 adults as mentally ill by age 40. It wasn't a conspiracy in the traditional sense. There were no secret meetings or shadowy cabals, just a quiet convergence of interest, influence, and unchecked incentives. And somehow no one had noticed, or worse, everyone had, and no one cared. The file was buried in an unindexed folder tied to an old regulatory oversight project, one of dozens I'd helped archive back in 2016. It shouldn't have mattered. Most of the documents were policy drafts, meeting minutes, scanned white papers from think tanks trying to stay relevant. But one memo stood out. It was dated March 4, 2009, authored by someone listed only as J. Keller, a name I couldn't match to any committee member, editor, or advisor from the official DSM revision panels. The memo was blunt. This target threshold for adjustment disorder inclusion should capture 20 to 30% of the previously subclinical population. We are nearing saturation among chronic diagnoses. Growth lies in transient criteria. It wasn't written like a clinical recommendation. It was a projection, a market strategy dressed in diagnostic language. The attached slide deck included bar graphs labeled with insurance codes and color-coded by demographic. One graph showed projected prescription volume in 18-29-year-olds. If irritability was accepted as a core symptom of mood instability, another mapped expected uptake of SSRIs in states with lower access to therapy. None of this had ever been published, yet the memo's language mirrored the final DSM text almost exactly. This wasn't a scientific debate, it was a rollout. I printed 3 pages before the internal system crashed. Not frozen, crashed. Hard. The fan in my laptop went silent. The screen flashed once and went black. When I restarted it, my session was terminated and the file path had vanished. I wasn't surprised, not anymore. I'd already noticed that some of the materials I downloaded at night couldn't be found in the morning. At first I blamed myself. Wrong folder, wrong machine. But now I was certain. Something was monitoring access, maybe even deleting locally stored files after a set time. So I changed tactics. I stopped pulling documents and started copying file names, metadata, cache strings, anything that would leave a breadcrumb trail. That night, I backed up what I had onto a physical drive and mailed it to a friend in Chicago, someone I hadn't seen in 5 years and trusted without question. I didn't explain what it was, I just wrote, "Hold for me, insurance stuff, I'll call soon." The next morning, my security badge wouldn't open the lobby turnstile. The guard called it a system glitch and let me through, but the look he gave me was different, hesitant, like he'd been briefed. On my floor, my desk log installed for over 2 minutes before loading a restricted environment. No internet access, no local downloads, just the firm's internal sandbox. No warning, no explanation, just a new set of walls. I kept my face neutral and my hands steady, but inside I knew exactly what this was. They weren't asking questions yet. They were watching, measuring, deciding. And if I didn't get ahead of it soon, I wouldn't have a story to tell. They called it a routine audit. Just a quick check-in, they said, to make sure documentation standards were being followed across departments. I knew it was a lie the moment I saw the room. Not a conference space, not even a compliance office. This was an internal interview suite 3 floors below our main level, used only for HR escalations or legal holds. Neutral beige walls, a table bolted to the floor, no windows, and a vent that hummed too loud to ignore. I sat alone for 12 minutes before the door opened. A woman entered first, mid-40s, sharp eyes, business casual in the way senior. Investigators dress when they don't want to look like investigators. She was followed by a man who didn't introduce himself, didn't sit, just stood against the wall and said nothing. The woman smiled politely. "Mr. Derren, thank you for
Making time, this won't take long."
She slid a tablet onto the table and tapped the screen. "We're conducting a random sample review of access logs from the last quarter. Looks like you accessed an archived folder last Thursday night. Can you explain what led you there?" I didn't flinch. I was reviewing material for a legacy grant report, cross-checking citation dates. There's still some overlap between public health funding and lobbying interests, so I like to stay current. She nodded, as if that made perfect sense. "You printed 3 pages?" she asked. "Only one printed successfully. My machine crashed mid-process." That part, at least, was true. She leaned back slightly, studying me. "Did you share the document with anyone else? Email? Cloud sync?" I shook my head. "No, I flagged it for internal review but couldn't reproduce the error after rebooting." Another half-truth. There was no flag. Just a deleted draft of one. She smiled again, tapping a few notes into the tablet. "We appreciate your diligence."
"Mr. Derren, these old documents can cause confusion if viewed out of context." That was the tell. Viewed out of context. I'd heard the phrase 100 times in my career.
It was how the firm dismissed anything inconvenient, no matter how factual. I signed a summary of the conversation and was told I could return to my desk. But when I exited the room, the man by the wall followed me for exactly 2 corridors before turning away without a word. Back at my workstation, my instincts screamed there wouldn't be another warning. They knew I'd seen too much, but they didn't know what I had copied or who I might have told. That ambiguity was my only shield. I started planning my exit that night. Not a resignation, an extraction. I pulled my emergency fund from the credit union, dumped my corporate phone into a river 2 counties over, and used my last favor to secure a burner identity I'd never used. If this was going where I thought it was, I couldn't afford to be Darren Walsh anymore. The next phase would require distance, clarity, and a name no one was tracking. Because the deeper I went, the clearer it became. The DSM wasn't revised. It was rewritten with intent, with backing, and with an audience far larger than the field of psychiatry. I spent the next 3 weeks in a rented room above a closed ceramic studio in Asheville. Cash only, no lease. The kind of arrangement that doesn't show up in databases. The windows were sealed with blackout film, and I kept the lights low, the air heavy with ceramic dust and kiln residue that clung to the floorboards. From here, I reviewed everything, over 600 documents, emails, transcripts, and committee notes, cross-referenced against prescription data from public insurance claims. The patterns weren't just clear, they were designed to be invisible unless you knew where to look. One slide from the original memo, the one I'd printed, contained a phrase I hadn't appreciated before. Syndrome elasticity targeting. It wasn't a clinical term, it was marketing speak, borrowed from a pricing strategy deck in another industry entirely. The more elastic the criteria, the more people fit. If one person met the threshold in 1995, 3 could meet it by 2013, without changing symptoms, only the language. I found another draft proposing a subtle shift in the ADHD section, removing the age cutoff from 12 to 16. That single change created access for millions of late-diagnosed teens, opening the door for prescriptions in high school populations. The justification? Late-onset recognition patterns in underserved cohorts. The reality? A spike in stimulant sales that matched the change almost to the quarter. But what struck me most wasn't the data. It was the tone. These weren't scientists debating nuance. These were strategists mapping territory. Every change aligned with a marketing forecast. Every symptom expansion coincided with new product lines, extended release formulas, non-stimulant alternatives, combination therapies. They had covered every angle. Even the academic journals weren't clean. A quarter of the cited studies in the revised sections were authored by psychiatrists with direct or indirect industry ties. I built a chart: name, affiliation, publication, funding source. When I zoomed out, the web was dense, not illegal, not even a secret, just structured carefully enough to pass as coincidence unless someone traced the entire arc. I wasn't sure what to do with it yet. I'd already begun drafting a report, clean, referenced, readable. But I knew it wasn't enough. Reports can be ignored. Evidence can be buried. I needed someone to see it who couldn't unsee it. That's when I remembered Eliza Tran, former FDA analyst, now a quietly disgraced consultant who'd blown the whistle on a fast-tracked painkiller approval years back. They'd destroyed her career, but not her credibility. If she was still reachable, still listening, she'd understand. She'd know what I was looking at and what it meant. Eliza Tran agreed to meet under one condition: no names, no recording devices, and no discussion of what happened after the FDA. We met in a faded cafe on the edge of Roanoke, the kind of place where the jukebox didn't work, and the booths sagged with memory. She arrived 10 minutes late, dressed in a charcoal raincoat despite clear skies, and kept her sunglasses on even indoors. I recognized her immediately. Her posture was upright, controlled, but there was a weight in her face like someone who'd lived a long time under fluorescent lights and non-disclosure agreements. I didn't push, just let the silence stretch until she spoke. How long have you been sitting with it? I told her about the documents, the grant trails, the phrasing. No one questioned how it had started with a single memo and kept unraveling. She didn't interrupt, just nodded occasionally, like someone confirming a memory. When I finally slid the flash drive across the table, she didn't touch it. Encrypted? She asked. I nodded. Redundant. 2 physical copies, 1 air-gapped, 1 off-site. She slipped it into a book jacket without looking at it. Then you already know more than I did when they came for me. She stirred tea she never drank and stared at the spoon like it might tell her something. They said it was a process review, that I was undermining regulatory confidence. All I did was ask why the trial window for CTF 92 was shortened without board sign-off. Her voice was flat, but I caught the edge beneath it. The answer was a slide deck I wasn't allowed to see. 2 weeks later, I was reassigned. 3 after that, I was gone. They didn't fire me, just made sure I had nowhere else to go. I didn't say anything, just let her sit with it. Do you know how many people came forward after? None. Not one. They all knew. But knowing and saying aren't the same thing. She finally looked at me. So here you are, saying it. Why now? I told her the truth. Because no one else had. Because if I didn't, the language would keep shifting until we forgot what healthy ever looked like. She studied me for a long time, then pulled a pen from her coat pocket and circled 9 names on a printed index I'd brought. Committee members, reviewers, shadow fund recipients. These are anchor points, she said. They built the structure. You trace their movements, you'll see how the scaffolding was raised. Her tone wasn't bitter. It was clinical, like autopsy notes. Before I left, she handed me a napkin with 5 letters on it, AMSPF. I asked what it meant. She didn't answer, just stood, tucked the book into her coat, and disappeared into the street like she'd never been there. That night, I searched for the acronym. Nothing official came up. But in a 2011 transcript from a closed-door pharma policy summit, it appeared once, spoken offhand by a lobbyist discussing long-term scalability. Alignment model for scalable, psychiatric framing. It was never meant for public eyes, and now I couldn't stop seeing it. I waited 3 days before opening the second package Tran sent. No return address, just a slim envelope postmarked from Baltimore containing a single USB drive and a folded page torn from a legal pad. On it, she had written 1 sentence. If they changed the criteria once, they can change it again. The drive contained internal slide decks from something called the AMSPF Working Group, never cited in public reports, but quietly referenced in metadata linked to DSM-4 pre-planning drafts. The language was polished, clinical, and disturbingly elegant. One presentation outlined a strategy called phase drift, a staggered multi-year approach to softening criteria across 3 high-prevalence disorders by shifting emphasis from symptom duration to functional impact, a term so vague it could mean anything from lost sleep to minor discomfort in daily tasks. Another file, marked confidential, proposed altering the language around resistance to treatment, framing it as an indicator of complex variant presentation, which conveniently justified polypharmacy trials. It was all legal, reviewed, funded, positioned as innovation, but it wasn't psychiatry, it was a formula, and I could finally see every piece. I compiled everything, grant trails, email threads, revision drafts, media toolkits prepared in advance of new diagnostic language. I named it the Neuro Lobby Files. I built an interface that required no explanation, just timelines, receipts, before and after comparisons. No commentary, no rhetoric, just facts. I sent it to journalists, not with press releases, but anonymously, using their own investigative platform's secure tip lines. I watched the download confirmations come in, then I waited. At first, nothing. Then one outlet ran a brief. Dry, careful, buried beneath election coverage. Another mentioned it in a podcast, more curiosity than outrage. But then a third, small, independent, published a full breakdown. They did what I couldn't. They named names. They ran the numbers. They showed how expanded criteria aligned with stock spikes. The story caught on. Slowly. Not in headlines, but in back channels. Medical boards quietly began inquiries. 2 think tanks removed archived white papers. A prominent psychiatrist deleted her Twitter account. No arrests. No hearings. But the narrative shifted. For the first time, people asked why the definitions kept changing. I didn't go back to my old life. I couldn't. Too many systems had flagged my access. Too many hands had brushed against mine and then vanished. But I wasn't hiding anymore. I moved again, quietly. New name, new work. I teach now, intro statistics, night classes, nothing flashy. But I start every semester the same way. I put a slide on the screen that says, "How do you define normal?" Then I tell them to prove it. Last week I found something taped to my faculty mailbox. No return name, just a napkin, folded twice. Inside was a short message written in trans, precise handwriting. Still watching the scaffolding. It wasn't a threat, it wasn't even a warning, just proof that someone else still remembered how all of this had been built, and wasn't finished pulling it down. It wasn't just luck. These firms were betting on chaos and winning. It started with a flood. Not the kind that makes headlines, just one of those seasonal surges that wrecks a few towns, clogs a supply chain, and vanishes from the news, cycle in days. I was reviewing post-disaster recovery metrics for a client in logistics, nothing exciting, when I noticed a spike. 3 hedge funds, none of them household names, had acquired major equity positions in a regional construction conglomerate 5 days before the levees broke. Their gains weren't just good, they were surgical, not even insider trading fit. There were no earnings calls, no M&A rumors, nothing, just a sudden influx of capital, perfectly timed to ride the recovery wave. One instance, coincidence, but I started looking. Earthquake in southern Turkey, same 3 funds. Coups in West Africa, a refinery fire in Alberta, a container ship grounding in the Suez. Different sectors, different continents, but always the same playbook. A sudden surge of targeted investments just days before an unexpected disaster. The gains were quiet, spread across shell firms and shadow funds buried in offshore partnerships. But the pattern was there. Subtle, repeatable, intentional. At first, I thought I'd stumbled onto an algorithm, some dark ops trading AI trained to monitor geopolitical risk. But that didn't add up. These weren't just broad hedges, they were hyper-specific bets. And more disturbing, they seemed less like responses to risk and more like preparation. Like someone knew what was coming I flagged the activity in an internal memo to our compliance team, cloaked in cautious language. They brushed it off as spurious correlation. I didn't push, not then. I'd seen what happened to colleagues who pushed too hard. But I couldn't let it go. I started tracking the entities, mapping shell corporations, tracing board overlaps, digging into patent filings, and that's when I found it. A quiet acquisition by one of the funds, barely disclosed, of a predictive analytics firm in Zurich. A firm with a client list that included disaster response agencies, military contractors, and a defunct DARPA subsidiary. At the center of it all, a proprietary system called Orpheus. That was the moment I stopped sleeping. The Orpheus system wasn't on any public registry. No product page, no press releases, not even a basic LinkedIn footprint. It existed only in acquisition paperwork, folded into a web of layered subsidiaries. But the deeper I dug, the more precise its outline became. It was a crisis prediction platform, built originally, I believe, for humanitarian logistics. Think natural disaster forecasting, early outbreak detection, migration modeling. But something had shifted. Patent filings hinted at military applications, predictive conflict
zones, civil unrest modeling, infrastructure fragility indices.
One internal white paper, which I accessed through a cached development server, described the system as a probabilistic mirror of global volatility. In plain English, Orpheus could see the world's cracks before they widened, and someone had figured out how to turn those cracks into investment opportunities. I traced the Zurich acquisition back to a firm called Marlowe Equity Partners, quiet office in London, bare-bones site, but with financial tentacles everywhere. Real estate, biotech, energy. 3 of its managing directors previously worked for intelligence-linked think tanks. One sat on the board of a private security firm known for rapid deployment contracts in disaster zones. That's when the shape of it hit me. This wasn't just financial opportunism, it was strategic positioning. These weren't accidents. They were controlled exposures to future collapses, and it wasn't just that Orpheus was being used, it was being fed. Its inputs weren't public datasets, they were classified. Real-time feeds from defense agencies, telecom intercepts, proprietary economic sensors. Someone high up was leaking to it, perhaps even formally partnered. I started to understand why the investment patterns felt so deliberate. It wasn't just a prediction, it was orchestration. Information about an unstable dam or a corrupt election didn't just flow into Orpheus, it flowed out to people who could position themselves before the tipping point. Then they sat back and let the headlines catch up. I knew if I pushed further, I'd be noticed, but I also knew I'd crossed a threshold. There's a point where curiosity becomes a liability, where seeing too much becomes a threat to people who operate in silence. The more I mapped, the clearer the machinery looked. Disasters weren't just moments of chaos, they were opportunities for the right people with the right data. I stopped seeing markets. I started seeing levers, pulled in the dark. Always for profit. Always just before impact. The first person I tried to warn was an old colleague, Elliot Tran, a quant who used to build risk models for wildfire zones before moving to the private sector. We'd lost touch years ago, but I remembered he'd once consulted for a Swiss analytics firm. When I called, he answered like he'd been expecting someone. His voice was low, deliberate, like every word was measured. I asked if he'd ever heard of a system called Orpheus. There was a pause, then a single word. Yes. What he told me wasn't much, but it was enough to confirm my fear. Orpheus wasn't just a prediction engine, it was part of a larger initiative. Multiple nodes, independent analysts. No single team had the full picture. He said the original goal was stability forecasting, global triage, where to send vaccines, where to preposition aid. But then the licenses shifted. The funding changed.
Hands, he said. What they're doing now isn't triage, it's targeting. I pressed for more, but he clammed up.
You didn't hear this from me, and don't contact me again. 2 days later, his LinkedIn vanished. 2 more, and so did his company's domain. I searched for any trace, conferences, PDFs, cached pages, but it was like his name had been vacuumed off the internet. That was my canary. Proof the danger wasn't theoretical. From that moment on, I worked offline. No cloud backups, no email. I printed maps, circled nodes, built physical link charts like I was preparing for court. The deeper I went, the more disturbing the correlations became. Certain disasters weren't just predicted, they were too precise. Orpheus hadn't just forecast where systems would break. It forecast how they would break and who could profit. Entire market sectors were effectively pre-aligned to benefit from calamity. Timber contracts surged 2 days before fires. Foreign currency trades placed just hours before a coup. And always the same shell firms, the same players. It wasn't a conspiracy in the traditional sense. There was no single puppet master, just a mechanism, a tool, and the people are ruthless enough to use it. I stopped thinking of Orpheus as a system. I started thinking of it as a mirror. One that didn't reflect reality but showed what reality could be if shaped by those with enough power and no conscience at all. I didn't find the leak. It found me. I came home one night to a manila envelope jammed between my door and the frame. No postage, no return address. Inside were 5 documents, all printed on heavy stock. Not photocopies, originals. One was a data stream, raw signal output from Orpheus, labelled 7 days pre-Kathmandu. I cross-checked the timestamps. It predicted the quake within 1.2
hours of when it actually hit. Another page was worse, a private memo from a firm I'd already flagged, referencing pre-event positioning in the Philippines ahead of the typhoon.
The tone was cold, clinical, casual, like people weren't about to die. The third document was a roster, names, dates, access levels. I recognized 3 of them from industry panels. 2 were former intelligence. The 5th sheet hit hardest. It was a map, not of a single country or region, but of risk zones globally, each marked by a confidence score and a projected impact date. Earthquake, coup, cyber attack, pandemic. There were red circles drawn over specific entries, and one of them was my city. I stared at it for hours, running every scenario in my head. Then I found the note tucked into the fold of the envelope. 6 words, typed in all caps. You're close. Stop now. Orphic site. That last phrase, Orphic site, I'd never seen it in the paperwork, but I knew the tone. It wasn't a threat. It was a warning from someone inside, someone who still had a conscience. I spent the next few days confirming everything. The quake data matched. The firm listed in the memo had indeed opened a logistics office in Cebu 4 days before the storm. The names on the roster had clear ties to defense contractors. This wasn't a single hedge fund gone rogue. It was a network, financial, governmental, algorithmic. And they were treating the world like a chessboard, where each disaster was a calculated move, and the algorithm didn't just predict the game, it shaped it. I realized then I wasn't tracking a conspiracy, I was documenting a business model, and the product wasn't software or services, it was suffering, monetized in advance, profitable only for those with the map. The illusion
of control evaporated the moment I tried to go public.
I contacted a financial crimes reporter I trusted, a woman named Alana who'd broken stories about offshore laundering and insider networks. I sent her an encrypted file, just enough to prove I wasn't wasting her time. We arranged to meet at a quiet bar downtown. She never showed. I waited an hour, then checked my phone. No missed calls, no messages. I found out the next morning she'd been in a car accident on the way to the meeting. Her vehicle veered off an overpass. No skid marks, no explanation. I didn't need one. That same day, my company access was revoked. My credentials failed at the turnstile. No warning, just a system lockout and a 2-sentence email from HR citing a pending compliance review. I went home and found my apartment had been entered. Nothing stolen, just subtle changes. My backup drive was missing, but the cables were coiled neatly, as if returned to their place. A photo frame was turned slightly. My closet smelled faintly of industrial cleaner. I understood the message. This was no longer a research project. It was containment. I started noticing them. 2 men in a black sedan parked across from my building. Different models, different days, but always there. I changed routines, switched trains mid-route, paid cash. But every time I felt the eyes. My phone began acting up. Random battery drains, ghost notifications, audio glitches when I made calls. I stopped carrying it altogether. Whatever protection I'd assumed I had, my job, my distance from the call players, was gone, and yet I couldn't stop. Because something else had happened. I'd started connecting events not just to Orpheus, but to each other. Some of the crises weren't just forecasted, they were suspiciously convenient. Pipeline failures that rerouted, energy contracts, civil unrest that destabilized markets in perfect sequence. The pattern wasn't just reactive, it was iterative, self-reinforcing. I no longer believed these were natural outcomes. They were engineered failures, tuned to tip dominoes that Orpheus had already plotted. I thought the algorithm was being exploited. Now I wasn't sure. I was starting to wonder if it had been built for this all along. I knew I had to disappear before they made that decision for me. Not vanish entirely, just slip sideways, fall below the systems they monitored. I withdrew what little cash I could in small, irregular amounts, and left my apartment without a trace. No forwarding address, no patterns. I stayed in motels off interstates, changed my appearance enough to avoid facial recapture. Somewhere in Kansas, I found a safe place with no digital infrastructure, a cash-only auto shop run by a man who didn't ask questions and didn't look twice. I spent my nights reviewing what I had left, printed charts, handwritten notes, a tattered folder with fragments of the original Orpheus stream. One entry in particular kept pulling me back. A single event tagged at 93% probability economic destabilization in the Gulf, date redacted, but cross-referenced with multiple trade routes. It hadn't happened yet, but the inputs were in motion, energy deals stalling, a quiet build-up of shipping insurance premiums and financial movements so subtle they felt like a prelude. Whoever was pulling strings had already placed their bet. They weren't watching the crisis unfold, they were staging it. I tried reaching out to Elliot again, despite the risk. I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. A burner number rang once and cut to voicemail. The message was only 6 seconds. "You were right. They're accelerating. Trust no signals. Go analog." That was all. His voice sounded dry, exhausted. I wrote it down. Trust no signals. Go analog. It became my rule. No digital storage, no phones, no GPS. I started mailing physical packets, copies of documents, summaries of what I'd found to a list of journalists, professors and regulators.
Not all at once, not from the same place, each one tailored to the recipient. No wild claims, just data, patterns, questions. I didn't need them to believe me. I needed them to see. And quietly, slowly, one by one, some of them did. I received
letters back, real letters, folded into envelopes with unfamiliar stamps. Most were cautious. One simply said, "I've passed it on." That was enough. Because I knew what came next wasn't exposure, it was ruptured, a manufactured catastrophe. And I had just enough time to point before the match was struck. The crash came on a Monday, not with a bang, but a soft unraveling. A supply chain breakdown overseas, followed by a surprise debt default in Eastern Europe, then a coordinated cyber attack on 2 major clearinghouses. Markets didn't panic at first, they trembled. The real shock came later, when oil futures spiked 230% overnight, shipping rates tripled, and a dozen nations froze trade to stop the bleeding. News anchors called it a black swan. Economists mumbled about cascading fragility. But I recognized the pattern. It matched the Orpheus stream from 6 months prior, almost line for line. Except now the disaster wasn't theoretical. It was here. In the middle of the chaos, a few names surged. Investment firms I'd traced, logistics companies I'd flagged, private equity groups with deep ties to Orpheus-linked funds. Their gains weren't accidental. They'd positioned themselves not just to survive, but to ascend. The system had delivered again. But something was different this time. A journalist from a mid-tier financial outlet published a piece, buried at first, but damning. It referenced a leaked predictive model tied to anomalous pre-crisis trades. No names, no hard proof. But it opened a door. Other stories followed. Whispers of unnatural timing, shell firms, intelligence links. None of them used the word Orpheus, but the shape was unmistakable. I kept moving, checking mail drops in 6 cities. At one, I found a flash drive with no label, just a folder marked extracts. Inside were fragments of internal memos, redacted charts, and one video, a private meeting, time-stamped weeks before the crash, showing a closed-door briefing where a man in a dark suit said, "The correction will be painful, but our clients are positioned to absorb the volatility. Think of it as strategic pruning." That line stuck with me. Strategic pruning. As if lives were weeds. As if suffering was just a line item on a quarterly report. I sent the footage to every outlet I'd contacted. No commentary. Just facts. Then I destroyed the drive. I don't know if any of it will stick, but I know this: Orpheus is no longer a secret. The algorithm has a trail, and enough people are looking now. Maybe it's too late to stop the machinery, but it's not too late to expose it. That's why I'm still out here, not hiding, watching, because the next crisis is already in the system. And this time, someone needs to be ready. They didn't convict my client for what he did. They sentenced him for what a machine said he might do. I was halfway through a closing statement when the prosecutor slid a sealed envelope across the table. Said it was supplementary data. Standard procedure now, he claimed. I knew better. Ever since the DA's office started testing that new analytics program, Echo, I'd been seeing these quiet little interventions. No arguments, no motions. Just cold paper slid across oak and veneer. My name is Daniel Rourke, defense attorney, mid-tier, scraping by on underdog cases that nobody else wants. And for the last 6 months, I've been watching judges nod gravely at files no one was allowed to question, passing sentences longer than the charge warranted. That morning, the defendant was Malik Jensen, 22, no priors, caught with an unregistered firearm in the glove compartment of a car that wasn't his. Normally, I'd argue negligent possession, probation with a diversion program. But when the judge opened the Echo file, everything shifted. His posture straightened, tone sharpened. Based on Echo's assessment, he said, this defendant presents a statistically significant future risk to public safety. Then came the number, 82%, a neat quantifiable prophecy issued by a system no one in the courtroom could explain. Afterward, I asked for a copy of the data. Clark said it was proprietary. Echo's algorithms were under seal, part of a private-public pilot program with national security implications. I filed a motion anyway, denied in under an hour. I've been in this game long enough to know when I'm being steered. That night, I couldn't sleep. I dug until sunrise, chasing breadcrumbs through legal tech white papers and quietly shuttered ethics reports. By morning, I had a name. Sentry Metrics. The private firm behind Echo. No official website. No listed employees. Just one blurry photo from a conference 5 years ago. A booth, a slogan. Predict tomorrow, today. I didn't know then how deep it went, but I knew the moment Malik's sentence dropped, 8 years for a gun he never pulled, that something was broken. Echo wasn't justice. It was judgment outsourced to a black box, and it had already started writing futures like they were done deals. It was the 3rd time I'd seen a case hinge on that number, not evidence, not precedent, just a 3-digit risk score from a system nobody was allowed to question. I needed answers, but the usual legal channels were dead ends, sealed contracts, gag orders, redacted audits. So I went sideways. A friend from undergrad, Lena Torres, now working in data privacy litigation, owed me a favor. We met after hours in the back booth of a diner in Silver Ridge, the kind of place where the coffee's bitter and the waitress doesn't ask questions. I told her what I'd seen. She didn't act surprised. I've been tracking Sentry Metrics for a while, she said, stirring a sugar packet into a cup she wouldn't drink. They'd been quietly acquiring municipal data contracts for years. Police records, juvenile reports, school suspensions. Feeding it all into Echo, I asked her what it was doing with the data. She slid a printed spreadsheet across the table. It wasn't much, just anonymized attributes and a column labeled Projected Risk Delta. but the pattern was clear. Zip codes, income brackets, race. They're not just predicting crime, she said. They're predicting people. And the training data is skewed. It always was. You feed a machine biased data, you get biased results, just dressed up as math. I sat back, unsettled. So this thing isn't broken. It's working exactly the way they built it. Lena nodded. Echo doesn't predict behavior. It reflects institutional prejudice. Then it launders it through algorithms and calls it neutral. That word, neutral, stuck with me. I'd heard judges use it when they quoted Echo's findings, as if hiding injustice in statistics made it fair, as if you could quantify who someone might become and lock them away for it. Before we parted, Lena gave me one last thread. An internal memo from a Sentry whistleblower who'd gone dark 2 years ago. The memo hinted at a backdoor, a way to trace Echo's outputs to their original inputs. If I could find it, I could prove the bias, I could take it apart. But it was risky. I'd have to get inside the system, and to do that I'd need someone who knew how to hack the law and the code behind it, someone already deep enough to have stopped caring about consequences. I had just the name in mind. I hadn't spoken to Marlon Crane in over 4 years. Last I'd heard, he was living off the grid in a warehouse loft in East Oakland, moonlighting as a freelance penetration tester, and staying one step ahead of a federal indictment that never quite materialized. But back in law school, he was the sharpest mind I knew when it came to digital forensics and system architecture, until he decided the law wasn't meant to be followed so much as re-engineered. I reached out through an old encrypted channel we used to use for mock trial prep, half expecting silence. Instead, I got a reply an hour later, a GPS coordinate and a single word: come. His place was buried behind a burned-out textile plant, camouflaged under layers of dust and a false utility lease. Inside, it looked more like a surveillance war room than a home. Rows of servers lined one wall, humming faintly beneath a heat-scarred mural of the Constitution rewritten in binary. Marlon hadn't changed much. Same sharp eyes, same twitchy hands, like his thoughts always ran 3 seconds ahead of his words. I laid out what I had. Lena's spreadsheet, the whistleblower memo, the sealed sentencing files. He barely blinked. "You're not asking if the model's corrupt," he said, scanning the documents. "You're asking how deep the rot goes." He moved to a console and started typing. "Echo's sandboxed," he explained. "But there's always a proxy, an upstream data stream where inputs are ingested, labeled, sorted." He found it in less than 10 minutes, a municipal mirror server hosting real-time updates for Sentry's backend. It was disguised as a routine analytics node for traffic violations, but once Marlon peeled it open, the structure was unmistakable. Input parameters weren't just criminal records. They included school grades, family court filings, psychiatric referrals, dozens of variables no defense attorney ever saw.
Worse, the model weighted them disproportionately by neighborhood and last name. "This isn't a prediction," Marlon muttered. "It's profiling at scale." I felt sick. Echo wasn't just a tool, it was a machine for manufacturing guilt.
"Can you pull an access key?" I asked. "Not here," he said. "The keys are nested on a secure terminal tied to the county's justice data hub. I'll need a session token from someone inside, preferably a judge." I didn't flinch. I already knew who I'd call, and I already knew what it would cost me. Judge Meredith Klein owed me a debt. Nothing scandalous, just a favor, unspoken, but understood. Back when I'd buried a family dispute that could have torpedoed her appointment. She was careful, principled even, but she wasn't naive. When I called and asked to meet off record, she didn't ask questions, just gave me a time and a parking level beneath the old courthouse annex where the cameras had been offline since the retrofit. She arrived in a plain coat, no clerk, no driver. Her eyes scanned the structure with a prosecutor's caution before she faced me. "What's this about, Daniel?" I handed her the summary Marlon had compiled. Input bias, weighted scores, hidden variables. I told her about the risk deltas, the sentencing enhancements, and the sealed methodology. She didn't speak for a long time. Just flipped through the sheets with that slow, deliberate pace I remembered from her bench. When she finally looked up, her voice was low and flat. "If I give you what you want, I risk everything I've built." I didn't argue. I just nodded, because we both knew the harder truth. If she didn't, everything she'd built might already be part of the machine. She hesitated, then reached into her coat and produced a fob, a single-use access key tied to her court session token, valid for 24 hours and never traceable without physical possession. "This logs into the county's unified data portal," she said, "but there's a back-end route labeled Echo Sync. It updates nightly. You'll have one chance." I took it. No ceremony, no thanks. Just the quiet acknowledgement between two people who understood how things actually worked beneath the robes and
arguments. She turned to leave, then paused. "If you're right," she said, "Echo isn't just wrong, it's illegal." I didn't respond. She already knew I wasn't chasing a theory. I was building a case.
And if Marlon was right about the data stream, I was about to see how many futures had already been decided by a machine no one could cross-examine. That night, we breached the sync node. Marlon routed everything through a cold box he'd set, up in a Faraday cage, isolating the stream. The files began pouring in, names, numbers, scores, and for the first time, the truth wasn't buried in algorithms. It was laid bare, line by line, patterned, predictable, and damning. The data was worse than we expected. Marlon passed it in silence, his fingers dancing across the keys as lines of raw code and decision trees filled the screen. Echo's model wasn't just ingesting information, it was ranking lives. Each profile had a unique ID tied to metadata that included race, address history, educational records, even juvenile detention referrals sealed by law. Some had never been arrested, yet their risk scores were sky high. Others with documented violence flagged as low risk. It wasn't just broken, it was engineered that way. Marlon isolated a batch of profiles flagged for escalation eligibility, a phrase that kept appearing alongside court dates. These are people whose charges were upgraded based on Echo's predictions, he said. Not based on what they did, based on what Echo said they might do later. The system flagged them quietly. Prosecutors received alerts. Judges got sealed files. No one was required to disclose how the sentencing recommendations were formed, and no one challenged it because it all looked official. Mathematical, clean. We dug deeper and found the training sets. They stretched back decades, compiled from arrest records in over-policed neighborhoods, filtered through a lens of systemic bias that had never been corrected. It was the same story playing out under a new name: predictive justice, efficient sentencing, the illusion of fairness wrapped in machine logic. But the real revelation was something else. A folder buried in the logs labeled Override List. These were names with scores suppressed or manually altered. All low risk, all green-lit for diversion or dismissal. Half were tied to corporate, addresses or campaign donor records. One of them had been my opposing counsel on a weapons charge last year. His client walked with community service. Mine got 2 years. I stared at the screen, feeling the bottom drop out. Echo didn't just reflect bias.
It institutionalized it and gave the powerful a way to opt out. Marlon looked at me. We've got enough to bury this thing. But I wasn't thinking about the case anymore. I was thinking about Malik, about the hundreds like him who never
knew a machine had decided their future before a word was spoken in court. This wasn't just evidence, it was proof. And I knew exactly where to take it. The law clinic at Eastbridge University wasn't equipped for this kind of fight, but it was the only place I trusted. I'd lectured there part-time, helped mentor, students still idealistic enough to think truth carried weight on its own. One of them, Alexis Ward, had a dual degree in law and data science, and a stubborn streak that reminded me of who I used to be. I showed her what we'd found: clean summaries, anonymized data, visual breakdowns of the risk score disparities. At first, she didn't speak. Then she asked one question. How long has this been going on? I told her the model went operational nearly 18 months ago, piloted under a sealed memorandum with the Department of Justice. No oversight, no disclosures, just quiet courtroom influence, sold as efficiency. She nodded, and just like that, we were a team. Within 2 days, Alexis had drafted a civil complaint supported by the data. We weren't aiming for a win, we were aiming for exposure. The strategy was simple: file suit in federal court with the clinic as co-counsel, naming Sentry Metrics and the County Superior Court as co-defendants. Claim due process violations, discriminatory sentencing practices, and unlawful use of sealed personal data. We attached the whistleblower memo, the override logs, and redacted examples from 6 sentencing cases, all showing clear disparities linked to protected characteristics. Alexis insisted on including an affidavit from Malik's mother. We need one voice in this that doesn't speak in code, she said. I agreed. Her statement was simple, heartbreaking, and irrefutable. My son made one mistake. He didn't deserve to be judged for a future that hadn't happened. By the end of the week, we had filed. The backlash was immediate. Emails from anonymous sources warning me to drop the case. 2 vehicles parked outside my apartment, unmarked but identical. A call from a federal liaison offering a private settlement on behalf of an interested entity if we'd withdraw. I refused because the moment the complaint went public, something shifted. Journalists started calling, legal non-profits reached out. Even a retired circuit judge released a statement calling for a temporary freeze on Echo's use in sentencing. The system didn't break, it blinked. For the first time, it hesitated. And in that hesitation, we found leverage. Not certainty, not safe, but movement.
and for the first time in months, that was enough. The hearing was set for 9 a.m. in courtroom 17B, a windowless space buried 3 floors beneath the federal courthouse.
No cameras, no press, just a clerk, a judge with a record of deferring to government programs, and the kind of silence that made every shuffled paper sound like a warning. We arrived early, me, Alexis, and Marlon, in a suit that still smelled faintly of solder and sleepless nights. Across the aisle, Sentry's lawyers looked unbothered, polished, relaxed in a way that suggested they already knew the outcome, but I'd brought something they hadn't seen. As the hearing began, Alexis laid out our case with surgical precision. She moved through the documentation calmly, walking the judge through each example of score manipulation, each undisclosed, data point used to justify sentencing decisions that no statute could explain. Then I stood, holding a single sheet of paper. A court transcript from Malik's case. On it, a note, scribbled in the margin from the judge who'd sentenced him. Echo assessment confirmed, 82%, deviation not advised, no source, no justification. Just a number dictating a fate. Your Honor, I said, this isn't justice assisted by technology. This is justice replaced by it. The room stayed quiet. Then Sentry's counsel stood and asked for a dismissal, citing national security classification and the proprietary nature of their system. The judge didn't grant it, not that day. Instead, he asked a question none of us expected. Does the model adjust for false positives? Marlon stepped forward. It doesn't adjust for anything.
It learns, but it learns from a rigged deck. That landed. I could see it in the judge's eyes. Not agreement, but I doubt it. A window. When the hearing ended, no ruling was issued. We were told it would be under advisement. That night, Malik's
mother called me. She hadn't seen the news, didn't know we were in court. She just said thank you, said her son had started reading law books, said he wanted to understand what had happened to him. That's when I knew we'd already won something. Not the case, not yet. But the narrative, the idea that justice by algorithm wasn't neutral, wasn't inevitable, that it could be questioned, that it had to be. Echo was still running, but it was under scrutiny now. And sometimes that's how real change starts, with a single, imperfect case cracking open a system designed never to blink. I started using the app to fix my sleep. I didn't know it was fixing me back. It was a co-worker who recommended it, an unassuming little sleep tracker that promised deeper rest through passive audio entertainment. That's what the App Store description said anyway. I downloaded it on a Tuesday night, half curious, half desperate. I hadn't slept well in weeks, and the idea that ambient frequencies could tune my brain like a musical instrument sounded just plausible enough. Setup was simple. I left my phone by the bed, microphone on, permissions granted. It recorded sounds, tracked movements, even analyzed REM cycles. In the morning, it presented a summary, heart rate trends, restlessness markers, even a mood score. Based on my voice. It felt invasive, sure, but also oddly comforting, like someone finally understood how tired I was. The results were almost immediate. Within 3 nights, I started sleeping deeper than I had in years. No more 3 a.m. anxiety spikes, no more racing thoughts, just a smooth descent into blackness, followed by dreamless solid sleep. I recommended it to my sister. She recommended it to 3 friends. Within a month, it was everywhere. The app climbed the charts, backed by a slick campaign promising personalized cognitive rest. But then things got strange. The dreams returned, but they weren't mine. I started remembering snippets in the mornings, rooms I didn't recognize,
Languages I didn't speak, people who didn't know me but stared at me like they did.
I wrote it off as a fluke until I started seeing those faces in real life, on sidewalks, in elevators, passing glances in crowds, always the same dull expression, always the same eyes, and always walking just behind me. I tried deleting the app. The uninstall froze. Then it crashed. The phone rebooted itself and the app was still there, waiting. When I emailed support, I got an automated response with a referral code. It read, "We noticed your cognitive resonance score is declining. Invite a friend to maintain a baseline." That's when I knew this wasn't about sleep. It never was. The first real red flag wasn't the dreams or the glitchy uninstall. It was the moment I checked my battery usage stats. The app had been active for over 9 hours a day, even when I hadn't opened it. Not just while I slept, but during meetings, walks, grocery runs. I checked my settings. Background activity was enabled, location access always on, microphone, listening even when the app was closed. I toggled everything off and locked my phone. 2 hours later, I checked again. Everything was back on. That same afternoon I got an email, not from the app developer, but from an unfamiliar address ending in .contractor.gov. No greeting, no subject line. Just a spreadsheet attachment. I opened it. It looked like telemetry data, user IDs, timestamps and a field labeled SSQ, which I later learned stood for Subconscious Suggestibility Quotient. My name was there twice. Once with my actual user ID and once tagged candidate flagged, 48% drift achieved. I didn't know what that meant yet, but I recognized the pattern in the timestamps. They lined up perfectly with the days. I'd had the most vivid dreams. And beneath each entry, a column labeled Prompt Delivered, followed by short, vague phrases. Door won't open. Mother's voice reversed. Stranger offers you a key. They were cues, deliberate insertions, embedded in the ambient soundscapes I'd been listening to. I ran a frequency analysis on the audio files. Each night's recording included sub-audible tones, ultrasonic pulses layered beneath the rain, and wind sounds. They weren't random. They matched experimental patterns I'd seen referenced once in a behavioral white paper from a defense subcontractor my agency had briefly audited. That paper had been redacted so heavily it was barely legible, but I remembered the project's name, SomniReach. Now here it was, folded into a sleep app with a user base of over 2 million. I didn't sleep that night. I laid in bed with the phone powered off and locked in another room. Still, I woke up at 3:14 a.m., sweating and gasping, the echo of some command I couldn't remember still ringing behind my eyes. When I checked my phone in the morning, the app was reinstalled itself. Same login screen, same synthetic greeting. Welcome back? Ready to dream better? I sat there for a long time, staring at the screen, trying to decide what terrified me more, that they were inside my head, or that part of me didn't want them to leave. I spent the next 3 days trying to prove to myself that I was imagining it. I factory reset my phone, bought a cheap burner with no account tied to my name, and installed only the most basic utilities. No app stores, no syncing, no biometrics. I left the original phone in a drawer wrapped in aluminum mesh, just in case. But even without the app, the dreams didn't stop. In fact, they became clearer. I started recognizing locations, public, parks I'd never visited, office lobbies with names I didn't know, all described in vivid, disorienting detail. And always the same phrase whispered in the background like a subliminal track on loop. You are safe when observed. I thought about that spreadsheet, about being marked as a candidate. I didn't know what drift meant, but I knew it implied direction, change, maybe even conversion. Whatever they were testing wasn't passive. It wasn't just collecting data. It was shaping it, shaping me. I started looking into the company behind the app, a shell startup registered in Luxembourg with a 4-page website and no named executives. The WHOES record was locked behind multiple privacy proxies, but the app's early investors told a different story. One name stood out, Devray Strategic Systems, a known defense subcontractor that had pivoted from traditional logistics to neurometric platforms over the past 5 years. They'd filed a patent for something called a behavioral conditioning loop using sleep state entrapment. It was dry, technical language, but the intent was unmistakable. Target a subject during REM, deliver patterned auditory input, and measure changes in post-sleep decision-making. In other words, dream manipulation. Not for therapy, not for wellness, for control. I tracked down the patent's author, a neuroscientist, who'd left Devray 2 years ago after a quiet settlement involving ethical disputes. When I reached out, he responded in less than an hour. If they've flagged you, you need to stop looking. Every data set has a saturation point. Once yours hits the threshold, they escalate. I asked what that meant. He didn't reply. The next morning, I found my burner phone on my kitchen counter. I never left it there. The lock screen was still on, but when I opened the messages, there was one I hadn't written. Just 5 words typed into a blank draft at 3:17 a.m. I'm 8, ready for phase 2. I stopped leaving the apartment after that. Something about the message in the draft, it felt like more than a warning. It felt like permission, and not from me. I kept the doors locked, windows covered, everything unplugged, except for a single analog lamp by the couch. Even then, I couldn't shake the sense that someone, or something, was still connected. The dreams now came in sequences, not scenes, structured, layered. One night I stood in front of a mirror that showed a younger version of myself wearing someone else's uniform. Next I was strapped into a chair in a white room while a calm voice listed off personal regrets in reverse order, as if erasing them. I would wake soaked in sweat, but calm. Too calm. The old panic that used to accompany nightmares was gone, replaced by a heavy stillness, like something inside me was starting to agree. That's when I realized I hadn't had a spontaneous thought in days. Everything I did felt faintly suggested, like I was narrating a script written seconds ahead of my choices. I started testing myself, leaving a pen in a drawer and telling myself I'd forget it, only to find it perfectly arranged on the table by morning. I recorded voice memos before sleeping, asking questions, setting traps. But every morning the phone was untouched, except once. One file had been altered. It was subtle, a 5-second glitch in the audio waveform. just static and a low click. When I ran it through a spectrum analyzer, I found embedded frequency patterns almost identical to those I'd seen in the Devray patent. Except this wasn't an app, it was my own recording, which meant the conditioning had passed the digital
layer. It was in me now. I remembered something the neuroscientist had said in a podcast interview years ago, before disappearing entirely from public view. Once a subject becomes a carrier, the environment becomes the lab.
That was the turning point. It wasn't about monitoring anymore, it was about replication. And I wasn't being studied, I was being used. I left the apartment on a Sunday morning just after sunrise, when the streets were still empty enough to move without notice. I didn't pack anything, didn't take a phone, just a small notebook and a pen, both analog, both clean. My only goal was to test what was left of me, what choices were still mine. I took a different route every few blocks, changed direction mid-stride, ducked into alleys, looped through transit stations without boarding. But no matter where I went, I saw them. Not the same people, but the same posture, same vacant eyes, watching but not watching. Standing still in places people didn't usually stand. Entrances to parking garages, corners of quiet parks, in line at stores that weren't open yet. They never approached, just observed. I made it to the edge of the city before the first. Real confirmation. A man on a bench, holding the same notebook I had, down to the torn edge on page 12. He looked at me without blinking and spoke before I did. "You're late." I didn't answer. He closed the notebook and stood, walking past me with a whisper I could barely make out. "If they think you've passed the mimic test, they'll let you run until you broadcast." I wrote that phrase down, circled it 3 times. Broadcast. That was the word I'd been avoiding, the one that meant whatever was in me wasn't designed to stay there. I went back through the Devray patent later that night, scanning for anything related. In one diagram, a note beside a waveform labeled Subject Outbound State caught my eye. Ideal transmission vector is unaware, mobile, and socially embedded. Deployment phase is self-initiated following neurocognitive saturation. I reread that line over and over. Self-initiated, that was the trick. It wasn't coercion, it was architecture. A series of quiet nudges leading me to believe. The next move was mine, but it wasn't. I was being built into a transmitter.
And if they were following the protocol precisely, then the final test wasn't about whether I could be controlled. It was about whether I would choose to share what they had planted in me, on my own, thinking it was the truth. Thinking it
was a warning. I checked into a short-term rental under a false name, paid in cash, no Wi-Fi, no electronics. It was the only place I could think clearly, at least for now. I kept the notebook close, scribbling every fragmented memory, every
stray detail the dreams left behind.
One word kept reappearing: threshold. At first, I assumed it meant a psychological limit. But the deeper I went, the more it began to feel procedural, like a final checkpoint before something irreversible. That night, I had a dream that didn't feel like mine. I was standing in front of a wall of glass, behind which a group of strangers sat in perfect silence, each wearing headphones, eyes closed, faces slack. On the wall above them, threshold candidates, Tier 3, a woman's voice whispered in my ear, calm and clinical. Drift complete, transmission phase scheduled. I woke up, gasping, my hands shaking. My watch, which I'd taken off and left in a drawer, was back on my wrist, reset to 3:17 a.m. I didn't put it there. I searched the room, quietly and carefully. Everything was where it should be. But something had changed. I knew the signs. The suggestion phase was over. The threshold wasn't theoretical. It was a point of no return, a quiet click in the mind where suggestion became belief. I wasn't just thinking differently, I was thinking according to plan. I called the neuroscientist, again from a payphone 3 neighborhoods away. He answered on the first ring. "If you're calling, it's already too late," he said. "They only monitor the ones who haven't passed." I asked what happens after the threshold. He didn't pause. You begin to replicate the message. You think you're exposing them, but you're spreading exactly what they designed, shaped by fear, disguised as resistance. I asked if there was a way to undo it. His voice dropped lower. "You can't delete architecture. You can only stop building on it." I hung up and stood there for a long time, holding the receiver, trying to remember the last decision I made that hadn't felt like part of a script. I couldn't. The truth hit hard. I hadn't escaped. I'd been moved to the next phase. And now, the only variable left was who would listen. I expected the end to come with a revelation, a recovered memory, a hidden door. But it didn't. The truth came while I was sitting in a laundromat at midnight, watching the dryers spin, feeling like a ghost in my own life. A kid sat across from me, maybe 10 years old, playing a mobile game with the volume off. I didn't think much of it until I heard a faint tone coming from his phone. Not a game sound, not music, a pulse. Low, rhythmic, familiar. My skin went cold. I knew that pattern. It was the same frequency the app had used in my earliest recordings. I leaned in, trying to listen without drawing attention, and then I heard it, just barely, buried beneath the sound of the machines. Maintain. Sleep integrity. Suggestibility is stable. The boy didn't react, he just kept playing. And that's when I understood. I wasn't the target, I was in the control group. A live test bed for something already out in the wild. The experiment wasn't about conditioning one person. It was about refining the method, perfecting the language, the delivery, the response curve. And now it was being scaled. I walked back to the apartment slowly, everything clicking into place. The sudden rise of mindfulness apps, the explosion of sleep tech, the push for optimized rest in workplaces. It wasn't surveillance anymore. It was seeding, preparing an entire population to sleep more deeply so they could be programmed more efficiently. The final broadcast wasn't a warning, it was a template. And I was the delivery system. My notebooks, my files, my story, they weren't revelations, they were packaging, something that would be found, shared, reposted. A breadcrumb trail designed to be followed, not to expose the truth, to spread it. So if you're reading this now, if something in it feels too specific to be random, if it feels like your own thoughts echo back in these words, ask yourself one question. How long have you been hearing that tone in the background when everything
else goes quiet? Because that's not your ears ringing. That's the message sinking, and you're already past the threshold.
I didn't realize anything was wrong until I tried to plant tomatoes from last year's harvest, and nothing grew. It was supposed to be a simple experiment. A Saturday morning in late spring, coffee in hand, I dug through the mason jars on my kitchen shelf where I'd stored seeds from last year's crop. I'd done this for 5 seasons: harvest, dry, replant. It was the quiet rhythm of self-reliance. But this year the seeds didn't sprout, not a single one. I tried again, this time with store-bought soil and carefully controlled conditions. Still nothing. That's what led me to the phone call with Carla, a retired agronomist and my last reliable source for odd questions like this. She was blunt. They're likely sterile. You probably bought a hybrid or proprietary strain last year without realizing it. It's common now. That word, proprietary, got under my skin. I'd grown those tomatoes from seeds I picked up at a local co-op, not some mega chain. I pressed her, and she sighed. Look, most seeds aren't really open source anymore. Not for staple crops, not even for backyard gardens. You'd be shocked who owns what now. That was when I started digging. I thought I'd write a small piece, maybe a Sunday column for the regional paper I freelanced with, about the corporatization of backyard farming. But what I found wasn't just market consolidation, it was a controlled demolition of independent agriculture. One by one, the trail of seed patents led back to just 5 conglomerates, 5 names that kept repeating, always behind shell companies, licensing deals, and biotech subsidiaries. They didn't just make the seeds, they controlled the chemicals, the fertilizers, the soil testing kits, and most disturbingly, the testing standards themselves. Carla was right. What I'd always assumed was nature was now proprietary tech, and somewhere in that shift we'd lost something vital, something more than just tomatoes. I was about to find out how deep the roots of this thing really went. I just didn't expect them to lead where they did. Carla wasn't exaggerating. Within days, I had cross-checked dozens of corporate filings, acquisition records, and international patent databases. The deeper I looked, the clearer it became. 5 conglomerates, none of them household names, now held legal control over more than 90% of the world's seed genetics. Each company had a bland, forgettable name that masked a sprawl of subsidiaries. They operated like holding shells, just enough public presence to seem legitimate, but never enough to attract scrutiny. The buyout started around 2009, disguised as strategic partnerships and research grants. Small heirloom seed producers, struggling against regulatory pressures and rising costs, were offered generous terms: acquisition, merger, or extinction. Most chose the first. In the US alone, over 70 family-owned seed operations had quietly disappeared in a decade. What really unnerved me was how coordinated it all looked. One of the companies, AgriSpan Biosystems, appeared in nearly every paper trail, always the last buyer, always at arm's length. Their registered address in Zurich turned out to be a law firm. Their CEO's name, when I tried to verify it, led to a dead LinkedIn profile and a PO box in Belgium. I wrote everything down, backed up files on 2 external drives, and sent anonymized notes to a few contacts I still trusted. I knew the risk of exposing powerful players in food supply, but it wasn't until I visited a seed fair outside Des Moines that I realized how total the shift had been. The booths looked familiar: colorful packets, friendly smiles, chalkboard signs. But when I asked about open-pollinated strains, the answers turned guarded. A few vendors leaned in quietly. "We don't carry those anymore. Licensing restrictions." I pressed one older grower, a wiry man who'd been coming to this fair for 30 years. He looked around before speaking. "They call it optimization, but it's sterilization. You can plant 'em once, that's it. Try again, and you get nothing." He shrugged, like he'd accepted it. "They built the failure right in?" I left with a tight feeling in my chest. This wasn't just about seed patents or monopolies. It was about engineered dependency, quiet, invisible, and irreversible. And no one seemed to be talking about it. Yet. Back home, I started compiling genetic analysis reports I'd quietly sourced over the years, papers from agricultural journals, field studies, and biotech white papers most people would never bother to read. The pattern was subtle but undeniable. These new seeds, the ones owned by the 5 conglomerates, weren't just hybridized for drought resistance or yield optimization. They contained something else. A recurring marker, unpatented, undocumented, but present across multiple seed lines. It showed up in corn, soy, wheat, even in regional vegetables that had no logical reason to share genome signatures. I didn't understand the science well enough to decode it alone, so I reached out to Amir, a geneticist I'd profiled a few years back when he was blowing the whistle on pesticide tolerance drift. We met at a neutral cafe halfway between our cities, both of us pretending it was just another catch-up. I slid him a flash drive. He didn't ask what was on it, just nodded and slipped it into his coat pocket. 3 days later, he called me at 2:17 a.m. "Whatever this is," he said, "it's not for the traits they claim. These sequences, they're regulatory, behavioral." I sat up. "Behavioral?" He paused. "They're modifying the metabolic, dependency pathways. These crops aren't just sterile. They need specific nutrients, synthetic ones, proprietary blends that only the parent companies manufacture." He explained it slowly, like he knew I'd struggle to grasp the implications. The plants were being designed to crave particular chemical inputs. Remove those, and they wither, no matter how fertile the soil or how perfect the weather. It wasn't just about blocking seed saving, it was full cycle control. Amir was careful, choosing his words like someone who'd seen what happened to others who talked too openly. Before he hung up, he left me with one final thought. "You know what this really means, don't you? They're not selling food anymore, they're selling permission." I didn't sleep after that. I drove 6 hours to see it for myself, an experimental farm plot on the edge of a university research site, half forgotten since its funding was cut 2 years earlier. The land had once been part of an open-source farming initiative, a collaborative push to test soil resilience under heirloom and GMO-free crop rotations. Now it looked like a ghost field. Rows of abandoned beds stretched under a greying sky, the irrigation line still half buried in cracked dirt. I met Lydia there, a former agroecologist turned high school science teacher. She'd been one of the last researchers assigned to the site. Her voice was calm, but her hands trembled slightly as she led me past the rusted signage and into the heart of the test field. "We tried to grow independence here," she said, stopping beside a patch where nothing green remained. "But they made sure even the soil forgot how to remember." I asked her to explain. She pulled a laminated report from her bag and handed it to me. "It's not just the seeds," she said. "The soil itself, its microbiome, is being restructured by the additives these companies push. The fertilizers, the pre-treatment agents, the so-called smart nutrients, they're not just feeding the plants, they're replacing the soil's memory." I flipped through the data. Graphs showed microbial diversity collapsing over 6 seasons. Organisms critical for nutrient cycling had disappeared. Others, synthetic strains introduced via treated seeds, had become dominant. Think of it like antibiotics, she continued. You take enough of them, your body forgets how. To fight infection without help. Same with the land. I asked her why she was telling me all this now. She looked out across the field, her voice low. Because nobody cared when we published the papers, and because last week someone broke into my garage and took all my old soil samples. That's when I knew we were past coincidence. Something bigger was underway, and it wasn't just targeting farmers, it was targeting memory. 2 weeks later, I attended an agricultural trade conference under a false name. It wasn't hard. Press passes were still handed out loosely to anyone with a business card and a clipboard. The venue was a convention center outside Chicago, the kind of sterile, high-ceilinged space that hummed with fluorescent light and artificial optimism. Booth after booth lined the hall, showcasing the future of farming, drone-integrated nutrient systems, blockchain seed tracking, AI-powered soil monitors. Everyone smiled too much, everyone spoke in slogans, and everywhere I looked, I saw the same logos. Slightly different branding, slightly different colors, but all owned by the same 5 conglomerates I'd been tracking. At one corner booth, I watched a demo on adaptive rootkits, a patented system where crop roots could signal deficiencies in real time to an app that notified the grower which proprietary supplement to apply. I asked how the plant signaled. The rep grinned and said, bioluminescent markers triggered by nutrient absence. I nodded and walked away, heart pounding. That's when I saw it, a breakout session on smart IP strategies for seed life cycle
management. I slipped in, grabbed a seat in the back, and took notes. The speaker, a sharply dressed executive with a legal background, outlined how licensing agreements now governed not just the sale of seeds but the rights to reproduce,
replant and even compost them. Slides showed clauses that forbade independent testing, required annual repurchasing, and enforced compliance via satellite yield audits. We don't sell seeds, he said with a chuckle. We license performance genetics. The audience chuckled with him. On the way out, I picked up a brochure and skimmed it. Buried in fine print was a clause that allowed these companies to send inspectors onto private land without notice. It was framed as quality assurance, but it wasn't. It was a quiet override of ownership. Farmers didn't own their fields anymore. They rented access to growth, and that access could be revoked. Standing outside the convention center, watching delivery trucks back into loading bays, I realized something. We'd already signed the contract, not with ink, with dependents. We just hadn't read the terms. His name was Willem Kroes, though he hadn't published under it in years. I found him through an old citation buried in a now-defunct journal on agricultural ethics. It took a week of encrypted emails and one expensive international call to arrange a meeting in a quiet cafe near Utrecht's Canal District. He arrived early, older than I expected, wearing a threadbare coat and carrying a cane he didn't seem to need. When I slid the folder across the table, genetic markers, licensing terms, soil degradation trends, he barely glanced at it. You're not the first to come asking, he said, just the first who might still have time. Willem had worked for Agrispan Biosystems during its pivot from seed genetics to full-spectrum ecosystem design. That was what they called it. Ecosystem design. He described it calmly, like someone reading a weather report. They started with traits, he said. Drought resistance, pest immunity, yield enhancement. But that was never the end game. The real objective was vertical integration, every phase of growth tied to their chain of inputs. Water, soil, seed, even light. Dependency was the product. I asked him about the behavioral sequences Amir had found. Willem nodded. They modelled it after pharmacokinetics. You create a tolerance, then a need. Then you become the only supplier. He tapped the table. They're not just altering crops, they're restructuring biological expectations. If they succeed, nothing will grow without their permission, not in a way that matters. I asked why he left. He shrugged. I wrote a memo, though I was cautious. They called it hostile. He looked away. 2 days later, my dog collapsed. In our yard, no wounds, no cause, just dead. He never wrote another memo. Before we parted, Willem handed me a USB drive. This is from the year I left. Internal forecasts, rollout timelines, something called the Delta packet. I don't know what's changed since, but this will show you what they meant to do. I asked why he was giving it to me now. His voice was quiet, because someone should still know how to grow something when the power goes out. The Delta packet wasn't a single file. It was a nested archive, layers deep, each folder unlocking the next with increasingly obscure passphrases, some based on soil pH readings, others on seed catalogue codes dating back to the 1980s. Whoever designed it assumed only someone fluent in both genetics and agronomy would ever reach the end. It took me 6 days. When I opened the final file, what I found wasn't a report. It was a map. Not geographic, but systemic. A timeline, really. A cascading rollout of dependencies disguised as innovation. The first phase, trait convergence, had already happened. The second, soil restructuring, was well underway. But the third was what chilled me. They called it Volt Phase. It outlined the development and eventual deployment of seed lines that would respond only to proprietary signals, specific frequencies, light spectrums, even biometric triggers from licensed users. Amir had warned me this tech was coming, but here it was, in black and white. I traced a patent filed under a shell company in Luxembourg, cross-referenced it with a biotech firm in Palo Alto, and confirmed it. Volt seeds were real, and field trials had already begun. I looked out my window. The community garden down the block was in full bloom. Rows of kale, squash, beans. Planted by neighbours who believed in resilience, in sharing. I wondered how many seasons they had left. I thought about Carla, about Lydia's soil, about Willem's haunted calm, about Amir, who stopped returning my calls last week. I didn't know if publishing would stop any of this. The story was too big, too technical, too quietly enforced. But maybe it could open a window. Just enough light for someone else to see through. I sent the article to 3 independent outlets, backed up the Delta packet in 6 places, and mailed hard copies to people who wouldn't recognize my name but knew what to do. That night, I walked to the garden. The tomatoes were just starting to ripen. I picked one, split it open, and stared at the seeds inside. Still there, still real, for now. I called it crop tuning. I called it economic warfare. I didn't expect to leave anything behind. Retirement was supposed to be the clean break off the grid, out of sight. But last month, I found an old lockbox buried in my garage, beneath a stack of taped-up journals and rusted tools. The key was still taped under my desk drawer where I left it 20 years ago. Inside were documents I wasn't supposed to keep. Old nowhere field reports, atmospheric telemetry logs, internal memos with no letterhead. Most of them dated back to 1998. That was the year they stopped calling it geoengineering and started using the phrase agroclimate modulation. A sanitized term made it sound like some harmless weather optimization, but the truth was sharper, more deliberate. My name's Daniel Mercer. For 34 years I worked as a government climatologist, and for 6 of those years I was assigned to a joint project between the Department of Agriculture and a private aerospace contractor called Helixian Systems. Back then, it was buried under a pile of corporate shells and grant money. But the goal was simple: control rainfall patterns over key agricultural zones, on demand, in real time. The official story was food security, but behind closed doors, the motivation was futures markets, drought one month, bumper crops the next. Each manipulated weather pattern tilted global commodity prices. It wasn't about feeding people, it was about making money, and we moved billions. I left after a test went wrong over Nebraska. 2 counties flooded in a matter of hours. No warning, no official explanation. Just a line in a press release blaming anomalous moisture drift. We buried the real data. I wrote the resignation letter that night. For decades I told myself it was behind me, until last week, when I saw the Helixian name again, buried in the fine print of a new carbon capture initiative making headlines. Same shell companies, same language, same funding trail, different names, but it's the same program. And this time it's scaled globally. I'm not here to write a manifesto. I'm here because I don't think they're done. And I need someone to understand what we started, what we thought we could control. The first test I was brought in on wasn't supposed to change anything. That's what they told us. Proof of concept, not operational. We were in a windowless annex behind a USDA research station in Modoc County, California. 2 trailers, 6 workstations, and a server rack that ran so hot we had to keep the doors open at night. The hardware came from a defense subcontractor I didn't recognize, with serial numbers stripped and drivers we weren't allowed to touch. My job was to model post-frontal moisture retention over test plots. But that wasn't the real point. The real objective was timing, steering a high-altitude ice nucleus release so the rain hit precisely between 2:15 and 3:00 p.m. That's when the local weather radar rotated off-axis, leaving a blind spot. It wasn't a coincidence. I watched the algorithm make its final adjustment, a half-degree west, and then initiate the burn. 15 minutes later, the rain started. A tight band, less than 3 kilometers wide, just enough to spike the soil conductivity sensors we'd buried the week before. I remember watching the graphs and feeling sick. It wasn't the engineering, it was the intent. Nothing in nature moved like that. Nothing unfolded with that kind of rhythm. Later that week we received a memo, internal only, shredded after reading. It showed corn futures from the Chicago Mercantile Exchange shifting by a fraction of a point the moment the storm hit. That fraction translated to a $12.4 million swing. Not a guess, not a projection, a harvest shift engineered weeks in advance, weather tailored to a position on the board. They called it precision, I called it leverage. The man behind the curtain was a former commodities analyst turned systems strategist named Bryce Holland. Never met him in person, but his name showed up in every routing address and budget code. He didn't wear a badge or uniform. He worked through a Shell Foundation registered in Delaware and answered only to a Pentagon task group that no longer exists. By the end of that month, 3 more storms followed, each one smaller, sharper, more targeted. We weren't measuring clouds anymore. We were sculpting risk, and every time I brought it up, they told me the same thing. This isn't weather, it's liquidity control. I kept my mouth shut longer than I should have. At first, it was disbelief, then routine, then fear. By the second year, our little project had expanded into something I didn't recognize. New sites, new partners, no public record. The operations moved offshore, Argentina, southern India, a corridor outside Dakar, same weather rigs, different flag on the equipment. My role shifted from analysis to oversight. I wasn't directing the missions, but I saw enough to know we'd passed the line between experiment and exploitation. The worst of it came in 2007. I was flown to a classified agricultural complex in Sao Paulo under a USAID development cover. The official story was crop resilience testing, but when I got there, half the sensors weren't even connected to soil. They were monitoring airborne particulates, aerosol density, stratospheric drift rates. That wasn't agriculture. That was battlefield modeling. I confronted the lead tech, a man named Luis Mendez, brilliant, pragmatic, completely desensitized. He didn't even flinch. Said the data was being fed into a new platform called Arcus, supposedly an adaptive neural model for optimizing geoengineering feedback loops. But the way he said it, the emphasis, it felt off. Not like he was describing a tool, more like a boundary. Something already too large to steer manually. I asked for the inputs. He refused, said the model wasn't transparent by design. The next day, I tried to pull the raw logs myself. My credentials had been downgraded without warning. That night, 2 agents showed up at my hotel room. No ID, no questions, just a reminder. "You're not here to understand Arcus," one of them said. "You're here to validate the results." They left without another word. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I just stared at the ceiling fan and listened to the rain hammer the tin roof like it was timed. That's when I realized we weren't adjusting nature anymore. We were replacing it. And the worst part, no one was asking who gave the orders, because the system didn't need permission, it just needed input. And we were feeding it everything. They rebranded it in 2015. Same mission, new marketing. This time, it wasn't weather manipulation, it was climate recovery, carbon capture, aerosol remediation, adaptive cloud seeding. All terms designed to soothe the public, make it sound like we were fixing a problem instead of monetizing it. That's when the tech companies got involved. Not defense contractors, not government labs, private sector firms with clean logos and friendly websites. The one that caught my eye first was Atmos Systems, a Silicon Valley startup claiming to revolutionize environmental regulation through AI-guided stratospheric dispersal. I saw their launch pitch at a closed-door summit in Zurich. Half the room was hedge fund managers, the other half was agricultural conglomerates. No one from the EPA, no one from NOAA. They weren't pitching to regulators, they were pitching to stakeholders. What stunned me wasn't the ambition, it was the familiarity. Their system schematic used the same pressure cascade algorithms we developed in Modoc back in '99, word for word, graph for graph. When I confronted the presenter afterward, he smiled like I was congratulating him. "Legacy research," he said. "We just scaled it." That night I checked the patent records. Atmos owned nothing original, but every one of their filings referenced a dormant holding company called StratOp Core Solutions. I followed that trail for 6 weeks. Through shell firms, licensing agreements, black budget grant allocations, and at the bottom of the stack, buried beneath layers of legal insulation, was the name I hadn't seen in years. Helixian Systems. Different logo, same playbook. They hadn't gone dark, they'd gone commercial. Now they were running climate. Ops through philanthropic fronts, global initiatives, and pilot programs that looked harmless on the surface. But the data said otherwise. Precipitation rates in trial zones rose 400% in 72-hour intervals. Soil bacteria densities dropped off the charts. And local crop futures perfectly forecasted, sometimes weeks in advance. The system hadn't been shelved, it had been privatized, sanitized, sold. And the public? They weren't just unaware, they were cheering it on, because this time the message was different. This time the storm was for the planet. I tried going to a journalist once, not a big name, just someone I knew from my early years in the field, a quiet science writer who used to cover environmental policy before it became a clique economy. We met at a train station cafe outside Baltimore. I brought printed maps, declassified rainfall, models, even a few redacted budget memos I shouldn't have had. He listened carefully, barely touched his coffee. When I showed him the Atmos data overlays, rainfall bursts syncing with market movements down to the hour, he didn't argue. He didn't deny, he just looked tired. Said if it couldn't be framed in a single headline or dramatized with a villain, no one would read it. People don't fear systems, he said. They fear symbols, and this one doesn't have a face. He offered to publish a watered-down version, something about unexpected side effects of carbon initiatives. I declined. I didn't come to hint. I came to expose. A week later, he called to say his editor had killed the piece before it even went to draft. Too abstract, they said. Too technical. That's when it hit me. We hadn't just engineered the weather, we'd engineered the narrative space around it. No whistleblower protection covers what can't be explained in under 300 words. And what we were doing, what Atmos was doing now, was layered, compartmentalized, intentionally complex. Every operation left just enough plausible deniability to pass as an anomaly. And the profits? Buried in commodity trading desks far removed from the clouds that made them possible. I went quiet after that. Not out of fear, but futility. The system didn't need to silence people anymore. It just needed them overwhelmed. And it worked. Most of my colleagues are still out there, scattered across agencies or consultancies, still running simulations they know are rigged to justify policy. They don't speak up because they don't see a clear line of guilt, just a blur of inputs and outputs, models and margins. But I see it. I've followed the threads and I know exactly what this is now. It's not a cover-up. It's a business model. And it's thriving. I finally traced the atmospheric signature back to its source 6 months ago. Not the satellite data, those were too easily scrubbed. It was a ground sensor array outside Cheyenne, Wyoming, maintained by an agricultural research partnership with a university I won't name. Public records showed soil health monitoring, but one of the sensors was running at a higher frequency range than the rest. That's what caught my attention. It was capturing ion concentration changes at altitudes above 20,000 feet, well outside its intended parameters. I reached out to the faculty lead under the pretense of a peer review request. He didn't seem surprised, said the data. Anomalies began when a private energy firm partnered with the state to conduct cloud alkalinity studies as part of a decarbonization pilot. The firm, a subsidiary of Stratop Core, the same shell front Helixion used before they went dark. I asked for access to the logs, he agreed, said nobody else had ever requested them. The files came encrypted, time-stamped, unfiltered. What I saw confirmed what I already suspected. These weren't climate interventions, they were strategic, pulses, compressed bursts of ionized silver and barium launched just before commodity market openings in 3 cities, Chicago, Frankfurt, and Sao Paulo. Every pulse correlated with a downstream rain event or crop stress zone. Every event matched a financial position on the board. It wasn't just happening, it was timed, mapped, executed. The data didn't lie, but it didn't scream either. You had to know where to look, and more importantly, you had to know why. I copied everything, scrubbed my trail, and mailed the hard drive to an address in Maine I've kept for emergencies. The place is empty now, but it's safe. The files are there if anything happens to me. But this isn't just about proof anymore. It's about acknowledgement. We're not dealing with rogue actors or one-off programs. This is systemic, normalized, and worse, celebrated. Every time you hear about a miracle harvest after a drought, or a sudden drop in grain prices after a flood, know that someone made that call, someone placed that bet, and someone, somewhere got exactly what they wanted. I know I won't make a dent, not a real one. The machine doesn't care about one voice, especially not an aging climatologist who walked away years ago. But I didn't keep the documents because I thought I'd be a hero. I kept them because I couldn't forget. Couldn't pretend I didn't know what I'd helped design. I've watched my former colleagues vanish into think tanks, advisory boards, and glossy startups, all funded by the same firms that once scrubbed our telemetry. I've seen farmers go under from droughts that weren't forecast but were absolutely orchestrated. And I've watched global headlines cheer on climate interventions that were anything but corrective. I still remember what they called it during the first test, crop tuning. That phrase hasn't left me. It was never about sustainability. It was about steering volatility, economically, politically, socially. Now it's being repackaged as environmental equity, weather on demand, climate
as a service.
It's sold as resilience, but what it really builds is dependence. Each region that signs on loses a little more of its natural margin. Every season becomes less organic, more algorithmic, and the control doesn't stop at the skies. Last week, I intercepted a data stream from an old orbital array, one that should have been shut down years ago. It wasn't monitoring rainfall, it was tracking human behavior, modeling unrest against crop access, food insecurity, market flow. They're not just managing ecosystems anymore. They're probing thresholds, how far a population can be pushed before it fractures, what level of hunger is politically survivable, what pressure triggers obedience. That's what this is now. Not weather engineering, not carbon offsets. It's economic steering at planetary scale, and no one voted for it. I've placed the archive drive in a safe location. If you're hearing this, it means I'm either gone or no longer able to move freely. The instructions to find it are embedded in the files I've already leaked, but buried deep, just enough to keep casual eyes away. I'm not asking for noise, I'm asking for pattern recognition. If something about the storms feels rehearsed, if the timing of shortages feels too convenient, if the market always seems to know before the weather does, start asking. Follow the signals, trust the inconsistencies. The truth's not hidden, it's distributed. All you have to do is see
it. And when you do, don't wait for permission. Don't wait for consensus. Just act.
They told us the markets were rational, that chaos was just noise. But I found a signal. I was 29, 2 years into my role as a quantitative strategist for a boutique hedge fund in Manhattan. My job was algorithms, predictive models that filtered data noise from economic indicators. Most of my colleagues were content building black box trading systems they didn't fully understand, but I needed to understand. That compulsion is what led me to the anomaly buried deep in the derivatives data feeds, an index I had never seen, mentioned in any Bloomberg terminal or academic journal. The label was cryptic, Z0I, with a tag marked non-public. It wasn't just missing from public platforms, it was invisible, as if it didn't officially exist. I first noticed it while backtesting a model during a week of strange volatility, flash crashes, sector shifts, currencies acting like risk assets. The Z0I index had surged during that period, and not just by a little. It had moved weeks before. The VIX before bond yields cracked, before anyone in the mainstream noticed something was wrong. I assumed it was a coincidence. But the same thing happened during the Evergrande panic, during the Brexit vote, during a string of black swan events going back over a decade. Each time the index rose quietly in the background like a smoke alarm before a fire. I pulled a few strings, used some tools I technically wasn't cleared for, and found that the index was tracked by a group called Index Zero Holdings LLC, incorporated offshore. The deeper I looked, the more my access narrowed. Entire data repositories vanished the moment I queried them. One night my terminal froze for 8 full seconds before displaying a message I'd never seen before. Access denied. Tier 5 subscription.
Only. There is no Tier 5 in any known trading system. And that's when I realized this wasn't just a predictive tool. It was a control mechanism, one designed not to warn the public, but to profit from disaster.
And someone had been using it for years. The first time I said the name Index Zero out loud, it was to a man who didn't blink. His name was Cormac Bell, former IMF strategist turned independent consultant, though that title didn't mean much. Bell moved in the kind of financial circles that existed several floors beneath the public economy, where sovereign defaults were engineered like mergers and currencies were treated like pawns. I met him at a private dinner hosted by one of our fund's partners, a gathering that smelled of rare steak, old money, and quiet collusion. We were seated next to each other by chance, or so I thought. When I mentioned the strange Z0I data, expecting to be dismissed, Bell set down his glass and leaned in. "You're not supposed to know that name," he said calmly. "But since you do, I assume you've already figured out it doesn't behave like any other volatility index." I nodded slowly. It moves before the event, as if it's pricing in disruption before anyone else sees it. He smiled, not unkindly. "That's because it doesn't predict chaos. It measures the preconditions required to justify it. Think of it as an index for civilization's stress fractures: economic, political, informational, and more importantly, the returns those fractures can yield. I asked who used it. Bell didn't answer right away. He simply took a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket and slid it across the table. It contained 12 names, not companies, people, 11 men, 1 woman. She was the founder of a behavioral analytics firm used by central banks to simulate public response to economic policy. I remembered her vaguely from a panel years ago, sharp, unassuming, the type who said little and watched everything. The rest were billionaires. Most unrecognizable to the public, despite their net
Worths.
One was a shipping magnate with no digital footprint. Another ran a private satellite analytics firm used by multiple governments. There was even a biotech investor I'd seen give a TED talk on longevity, his smile warm and rehearsed. I looked up at Bell. "What is this list?" He shrugged. "Clients, or maybe co-architects. They don't distinguish much." He stood to leave. If you value your career, you'll forget the index. If you value your life, you'll stop asking questions about who built it. I should have walked away that night. Instead, I memorized the names because one of them, someone I'd once worked for, was already dead. And his death, as I'd soon learn, was the only public signal Index 0 had ever failed to price. His name was Julian Mercer, and 5 years ago he'd been
My mentor.
Back then, I was just another over-ambitious grad student scraping data for a think tank in DC. Julian wasn't famous, but in certain circles he was considered a prodigy, an economist who thought in systems, not quarters. He'd once modelled the collapse of Venezuela 18 months before it unravelled. But Mercer had a problem. He believed data should serve people, not just portfolios. I hadn't spoken to him in years. Then one night, months after discovering Index 0, I found his name on a spreadsheet buried in a decommissioned research server, flagged under something called null signal divergence. It looked like a simple oversight until I realized what it meant. During a 4-day stretch in late 2018, Mercer had published a white paper on catastrophic economic modeling. On the same days, ZZRI had flatlined, no volatility signal, no adjustment, just silence. I dug deeper and found encrypted email headers suggesting Mercer had reached out to someone inside Index 0 Holdings. The messages never reached their destination. Weeks later, he was dead. Official cause, a hiking accident in the Dolomites. Body recovered, closed case. But there were no autopsy details, no photos, no travel records. Nothing but a single obituary written in oddly generic language. He had no family, no surviving colleagues. The journal he'd published in no longer listed the paper. It had been scrubbed. All of it. That's when I understood the real function of the index. It didn't just track disruption, it tracked those who could reveal the algorithm behind it. Mercer had glimpsed the formula, and for that he was erased. I kept rereading his last known research, archived only because I'd backed it up out of habit years ago. His conclusion still echoed in my mind. When predictive power becomes indistinguishable from causality, the line between forecast and design vanishes. He wasn't trying to exploit the system, he was trying to warn us. And now, years later, I was walking that same edge, knowing that if I slipped, I wouldn't just lose my job. I'd vanish into the same silence that swallowed him. It was around 2 in the morning when I finally decrypted the dataset Mercer had hidden behind a
dummy climate model.
On the surface, it looked like a risk sensitivity matrix. Regional stress indicators weighted against macroeconomic shocks. But the deeper structure was different. Each variable wasn't reactive, it was conditional. Built like an input engine, not a forecast, the file labeled it Index Zero Input Map. It wasn't just watching global disruption, it was calibrating it. I spent the next 48 hours alone in my apartment, curtains drawn, phone powered off, running simulations, and what I saw confirmed what Mercer had only hinted at. Zizrai didn't rise in response to chaos. It rose when certain thresholds were met: debt exposure, supply chain fragility, populist sentiment, energy volatility. The index didn't measure outcomes, it measured readiness. Readiness for what, I couldn't say yet. But the real shock came when I ran a reverse correlation. In 3 of the last 7 major geopolitical shocks, the data suggested not correlation, but precedence. Civil unrest had followed market adjustments. Currency devaluations occurred days after Zizrai-aligned portfolios were restructured. It was a blueprint. Someone wasn't just predicting collapse, they were orchestrating it. The more I modeled it, the more I saw the same pattern: destabilize the periphery, profit from the swing, then move to the core. Emerging markets, then
Europe, then the US. And just when I thought I'd hit the theoretical wall, I found a control node, an automated ledger script tagged Bellwether.
it was live, it was listening, and it was executing micro trades tied to dozens of global indices through proxies and shell firms. One region kept flagging inconsistently, an energy corridor in Southeast Asia tied to a cluster of infrastructure, bonds with exposure dating back 10 years. I logged it, thinking it was a quirk in the dataset. Only later would I understand it wasn't a bug. It was a match. I understood now why Mercer had vanished, why the index was invisible to public systems, why the people behind it operated offshore. Index Zero wasn't a hedge. It was a lever, and someone had already begun pulling it. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound in the hallway felt louder than it should have been. A floorboard creak, the elevator groaned to a halt. I kept expecting the knock, 3 measured raps followed by silence, but it never came. Still, I packed a go-bag before sunrise. I didn't run, not yet. I just needed to see if I was already being watched. I took a circuitous route to the East River, swapping subway lines twice, walking 3 extra blocks before entering the building that housed a private data center I'd once consulted for. No cameras in the lobby. I'd made sure of that when we set it up. Inside, I used an old credential that hadn't been purged. My goal was simple: disappear the simulations, not to erase them, just scatter them, cloud fragments seeded across. Redundant networks disguised as machine learning models for credit scoring. If someone came looking, they'd find nothing but noise. But as I prepped the final upload, I noticed something. The Bellwether script had updated. Not just a small
Patch, a full recompile.
It now included a function labeled trigger suppression, pointing to a location in Jakarta, an energy facility scheduled for decommissioning next quarter. The parameters were too precise to ignore. Currency pairs are already shifting. Bond volatility rising. Zizrai was positioning. This wasn't passive tracking. This was an operational stage. I copied the packet, encrypted it with an air-gapped drive, and shut everything down. On the way out, I passed a man I didn't recognize, mid-40s, athletic, suit that fit too well for tech work. He didn't say anything, just held the door.
Longer than necessary. I walked past him without flinching, heart racing, adrenaline sharp and clean. I told myself it was nothing.
But I changed my phone, wiped my apartment clean, checked into a hotel under a name I hadn't used in years. That night, still no knock. But I knew it was only a matter of time. Because Jakarta wasn't just a data point, it was a fuse, and someone, somewhere, was getting ready to light it. The file was labeled simply VTR0411T.wav. I found it buried in an old archive linked to Mercer's credentials, recovered through a university backup I accessed using a ghosted VPN node. I didn't expect much, maybe a lecture recording or some background audio from his research days. What I heard instead changed everything. The voice was low, deliberate, male. Not Mercer, someone else. Someone briefing him. "You have to understand, Julian," it began. "Index 0 isn't a forecast model, it's a permission structure." There was a pause, paper rustling, a chair creaking. Then the voice continued. "Civilization doesn't collapse all at once. It erodes at specific thresholds. Liquidity, confidence, supply integrity. We don't cause those failures. We measure when they're likely enough to monetize." Mercer's voice cut in, tense, younger than I remembered it. "But why not warn people? Why not use the data to strengthen the system?" The answer came, without hesitation. "Because stability isn't profitable. Risk is. Predictable destabilization, that's the product." I listened 3 times, making notes, watching how the timestamps aligned perfectly with Z0I surges I'd previously
Mapped. It wasn't a theory anymore. It was policy.
a coordinated strategy of controlled economic disintegration, slow enough to avoid mass panic, fast enough to keep profits ahead of regulations. Every time a country slipped into default, a housing bubble burst, a populist wave surged. Someone was cashing in. The index wasn't warning them. It was guiding them. Later in the recording, the voice mentioned a name. Navid Kassan. That caught me off guard. Kassan had been the quiet founder of a data analytics firm acquired by one of the shell entities I'd traced Bellwether through. In 2016, he was discredited after a whistleblower leak claimed he falsified risk metrics during the Greek debt crisis. But the allegations were vague, the timing suspicious. 6 months later, he was gone. No press, no investigation, just a sentence in a shareholder letter. Mr. Kassan has departed to pursue private endeavors. I searched for hours that night, trying to find any digital footprint that hadn't been sanitized. There was nothing, except a conference roster from a closed-door finance summit in Luxembourg. Kassan had been scheduled to speak. His talk, Quant Models for Predictive Collapse, it was circled in red pen on Mercer's old printout, with one word scribbled next to it in the margin. Trigger. I knew the Jakarta event would happen before the markets did. ZRI began its climb 72 hours prior, quietly, subtly, like a tremor before a quake. I watched oil futures shift, credit default swaps widen, and offshore insurance hedges activate in perfect synchronicity. But it wasn't until I saw the trade that I knew it was real. A single fund in the Caymans, previously dormant, took a billion-dollar short position against Southeast Asian infrastructure debt, leverage at 20 to 1. They always knew. That morning, a pipeline rupture caused what officials would later call a regional supply anomaly. Rolling. Blackouts hit 5 cities. Markets dipped, then panicked. The fund tripled its value by noon. The media blamed poor maintenance, climate stress, outdated controls. But the pressure valves had been inspected 2 weeks prior. The backup systems were operational. No one asked why an inactive pipeline was suddenly pumping at full capacity, with no reported increase in demand, because that's not how the story works. The truth wasn't sabotage, it was narrative engineering. The disruption wasn't manufactured by men in dark rooms flipping switches. It was built upstream in models, coded into liquidity positions, mapped against public indifference. And when the moment came, someone, maybe something, executed. That evening, I made my decision. I compiled everything. The Mercer files, the bellwether code, the trade logs, the audio recording. I stripped out anything that would trace back to me, anonymized the source, and queued it for upload across 4 platforms, 1 whistleblower site, 2 independent financial blogs, and 1 legacy journalist I still trusted. Then I waited. At 2:11 a.m., just before I hit send, my screen blinked. Not crashed, blinked. Black to desktop to black again. Then a message appeared. No logo, no signature. Just a line of text. You understand the index now. That means you understand the consequences. I didn't sleep. I didn't send the files. I left the drive in a locker at Penn Station, mailed the key to an old colleague in Montreal, and I walked away. From the models, from the data, from everything. I haven't checked the market since, but sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear it, the sound the index made right before the Jakarta trigger. Not a warning, not a prediction, a signal, cold, precise and perfectly timed. They handed me the sub-key with the usual half apology. District was short-staffed, and Ms. Granger's family emergency wasn't up for discussion. I didn't mind. I'd subbed at Ridgemont Middle before. It was a well-funded charter, nestled between the nicer zip codes, a place that took pride in its silence and student uniformity. Too quiet for a middle school, honestly. But what stood out that morning wasn't the building or the kids. It was the lesson binder on the desk. 2, polished, too thick for a 7th grade civics class. Black mat cover, gold tab dividers, no district logo. The first page was labelled Unit 4, Democratic Systems and Market Incentives. I flipped through. Clean layouts, high-gloss printouts, language that felt off, sanitized, like it had been edited not by a teacher but a lawyer. The objectives section read, "Students will explore how centralized regulation erodes individual liberty and incentivizes stagnation." That wasn't on the standard curriculum. I've taught from the district civics frameworks enough to know phrases like federal overreach don't usually appear in middle school materials. It got stranger. Historical case studies cited anonymous sources. References to economic theory were footnoted, but the sources weren't textbooks, just vague attributions to a federal instructional partner. That name didn't match anything in the approved vendors list. During lunch, I called a colleague at another school, asked if they'd ever heard of something called Redline Learning Group. She hesitated, then said quietly, only in training. They're one of those public-private contractors, pilot programs. When I pressed her, she changed the subject. After the last bell, I stayed late and copied a few pages from the binder, just to dig deeper. I thought maybe it was just another half-baked education reform experiment. But then I found something wedged behind the classroom bookshelf, a torn packet labelled Revision Notes, Verban 3.2. The handwriting was precise, mechanical. Every edit was tracked against psychological impact scores. One margin note read, "Remove union references, replace with localized worker groups, less ideological baggage." That's when I stopped assuming this was a one-off. This wasn't a curriculum, it was calibration. The next morning I got to Ridgemont early, before the custodians had finished unlocking all the doors. I said I needed to prep materials, which wasn't a lie. I wanted more time with that binder, specifically the final tab labelled Federal.
Alignment matrix. It had been stuck shut yesterday, sealed along the edge with a faint adhesive line like those tamper-evident bank envelopes. I peeled it back with a letter opener I kept in my bag, more curious than cautious.
Inside were pages of comparative tables, lesson objectives, cross-referenced with federal policy documents, cognitive benchmarks, and something called MNV index scores. I'd never heard of that index, and I've worked in education for nearly 15 years. The columns suggested each lesson had been scored not for accuracy, but for something else. Terms like alignment strength, civic dissonance reduction, and national cohesion vector, repeated over and over. It was as if the content was designed not to teach, but to shape. That's when I noticed the header on every page. Prepared by Ghost Curriculum Division, Redline Learning Group. U.S. Department of Civic Integration, contract number 88042F. No one in any of my credentialing courses ever mentioned a civic integration department. I checked the staff laptop they'd issued me, tried searching for the contract online. Nothing. Not even cached fragments. And here's the thing, I'm not the paranoid type, I've never gone down conspiracy rabbit holes. But something about the complete absence of any digital footprint felt less like secrecy and more like intentional deletion. That day, while students worked quietly on a worksheet about free market corrections in civil society, I scanned another section of the binder. There was a sample quiz that asked 7th graders to define government dependency using a scenario involving public transit riders and a fabricated community council. No historical examples, just made-up data presented as fact. One student raised her hand, confused. But, doesn't the government help fix roads and stuff? I nodded carefully, choosing my words. Sometimes it depends on how the system is structured. She frowned, then went back to colouring in a bar graph. That night, I took the scanned pages and ran them through a metadata extraction tool I use for freelance editing work. Hidden in the document properties was a name I didn't recognise. Curriculum Editor, N. Halberd, GS14, clearance required. I stared at that name for a long time. Not because I knew who Halberd was, but because a GS14 is a high federal pay grade, typically reserved for intelligence analysts, senior policy officials, or someone with no business editing 7th grade history lessons. On Friday, I arrived during the second period, filling in again after the original sub called out sick. That made 4 straight days, which in the sub-world means someone doesn't want to come back. The staff greeted me like a regular now, half smiles, rushed nods, the same microwave coffee smell clinging to the hallways. But in the faculty lounge, tucked between a defunct copy machine and a filing cabinet, I noticed something I hadn't before. A tall grey lockbox bolted to the wall. Unlabeled, keypad access only. A teacher I didn't recognize, probably math or science, stood nearby refilling his mug. I asked casually, "That new?" He didn't even look up. "Nah, district's been installing those for a while now. Materials drop for the new civics alignment." Then he left. I waited until lunch to investigate. The keypad required a 6-digit code, so I tried the obvious. School ID numbers, default settings, even the room's extension. Nothing worked. But when I glanced at the back of the binder I'd found on day one, I saw a small printed string, 041221. On a whim, I keyed it in. The lockbox clicked open. Inside were 9 thick envelopes, each marked with a teacher's last name and a corresponding
grade level. I didn't recognize most of them, but one was labeled Granger 7. I opened it.
Inside was a flash drive, a memo on Redline Learning Group letterhead, and a slim manual titled Instructional Override Protocols v3.4. The memo thanked Ms. Granger for participating in Federal Civics Modernization Pilot D and reminded her not to discuss the program with non-cleared district personnel. The tone was sterile, bureaucratic, but the implication was unmistakable. Teachers were under NDA. I skimmed the manual. It outlined how to override district curriculum pacing, insert cognitive priming materials, and reorder units to ensure sequential reinforcement of targeted concepts. The flash drive contained slides, worksheets, and even scripted dialogues. One lesson plan was titled Historical Illusions of Equity. The talking points downplayed labor movements, civil rights actions, and post-war economic reforms as mythologies of cohesion, claiming they distorted students' ability to assess modern policy objectively. It was sophisticated propaganda, tailored not for adults but for 13-year-olds. That evening, I emailed the district's curriculum coordinator, pretending to request official civics guides. She replied quickly, "We do not currently endorse or distribute any pilot programs. All social studies content must align with the CA state framework." I stared at that sentence for a long time, because what I had in my hands didn't just misalign, it rewrote the framework entirely. Over the weekend, I tried to find Nathaniel Halberd. The name from the document metadata, GS14, clearance required, had been gnawing at me. Government staff databases aren't easy to access without credentials, but I knew a guy from a policy institute I used to contract for, someone who owed me a favor. I sent over a casual request, framed like I was fact-checking a name for a grant proposal. He got back to me in less than 2 hours with a flat reply. No record in OPM, not active, not retired, not dead. Are you sure he exists? That's the thing, I wasn't. But someone with GS14 clearance had authored cognitive scaffolding for a children's civics unit, and that didn't happen by accident. Monday morning, I returned to Ridgemont with a plan. I wasn't going to confront anyone. I was going to watch, see who picked up the lockbox contents. At 9:45, during a fire drill, I slipped into the faculty lounge and left the Granger envelope slightly ajar. When we returned from the drill, I passed the lounge again. It was closed, lights off. 30 minutes later, it was open, but the envelope was gone. So was the flash drive. And the keypad had been wiped clean, no fingerprints or smudges, like nothing had ever been touched. In the 6th period, something shifted. A girl named Mia raised her hand during a group activity. "Mr. Kell, is it true that government workers don't create value because they're not part of the market?" I asked her where she'd read that. She pointed to the day's reading sheet. I walked over and looked. It was from the red line packet. I hadn't assigned it. I checked the rest of the pile. New handouts had been swapped in, perfectly formatted, indistinguishable at first glance. But the content was different. Subtle shifts in emphasis. Federal agencies are described as cost centers. Voting rights reframed as regional decision burdens. That's when I realized I'd lost control of the material. Someone else had access to the system, or the printer queue, or maybe even the teacher login they'd assigned me. After dismissal, I tried to download the original lesson plans again. The district portal required a password reset. When I requested it, the screen flickered, then reset entirely. My credentials were revoked, not suspended, wiped. The front office said the system glitched and IT would resolve it by the morning. But when I asked for a paper copy of the sub-roster to check future assignments, the secretary looked puzzled. "You're not in the system," she said. "Are you sure you were scheduled here?" That night, I searched local forums and school review sites, hoping to find a parent or teacher who had noticed what I had. Nothing. No complaints about the curriculum, no mention of Redline Learning Group. In fact, most of the comments about Ridgemont were glowing, structured, high achievement, civically engaged students. It felt manufactured, too consistent. I started calling parent contacts listed on public PTA pages, pretending to be organizing a volunteer event. A few answered. They were polite, but distracted. When I tried to steer the conversation toward lesson content or classroom materials, they clammed up. One mother said her daughter had mentioned a new civics unit that taught her to ask better questions about tax waste, but she didn't sound concerned. She sounded rehearsed, like someone had coached her on what to say. I asked her if she remembered the name of the curriculum vendor. There was a pause, then, "I think it's something federally approved. It's all standardized now, isn't it?" The call ended shortly after that. On Tuesday, I arrived early again, hoping to print copies of the original state-approved materials before anyone else could interfere. But when I logged into the generic staff terminal, the interface had changed. A banner across the top read, "Unified Instructional Access Portal, Beta Deployment Phase." The logo was red lines, no mention of the district, no ability to navigate back. The lesson queue had been reset, now displaying only redline branded content. I checked the document history. Every district-approved file I'd accessed the week before was marked Archived Deprecated Content, Compliance Level C. That language doesn't appear in state education systems. Compliance levels aren't part of curriculum standards. They're part of federal security classifications. I printed what I could before the system locked up again, then ducked into the teacher workroom and searched the recycle bin. Every printed lesson plan had a red line footer, even the ones labeled as state framework. They weren't replacing the curriculum, they were mimicking it. Rewriting the old templates word for word, just enough to pass casual inspection, but not enough to teach the same history. I found one worksheet where the Voting Rights Act had been reframed as a temporary stabilization initiative. and another where students were asked to assess whether civil disobedience undermined
national unity.
That afternoon I sat in on a 7th grade debate exercise. Every student argued in favour of reduced government regulation, not one speaking for the counterpoint. I asked if the assignment included alternate perspectives. A boy named Jacob looked confused and said there weren't any. The packet said this was the tested model. That's when I understood this wasn't just content control. It was behavioural modelling, designed for compliance, measured for impact, and no one outside the room was even looking. That night, I reviewed the scanned materials again, this time focusing on the metadata and document structure. Hidden in the XML properties of one file was a code I hadn't noticed before. retroid.1994 edu normbase .dro1. It looked like an internal reference, maybe a development anchor. I cross-referenced it through an old academic access portal I still had credentials for. The search returned a single result, a withdrawn research grant proposal submitted in 1994 by an organization called Civic Norm Lab, dissolved the same year. The proposal's abstract described a longitudinal experiment in civic schema modulation among middle school populations, funded briefly through a federal think tank linked to education reform pilots. In short, they weren't building a curriculum forward from facts. They were working backward from outcomes, designing the kind of citizen they wanted, then crafting the history to match. Every lesson, every reworded event served a behavioral endpoint. It explained why the changes were so subtle, too overt, and someone might notice, too neutral, and they wouldn't steer minds. Redline had found a middle path, emotional calibration, a way to shift attitudes without triggering resistance. The more I read, the more I saw the fingerprints of something larger. Units were sequenced to mirror identity development phases. Lessons on economic individualism appeared just as students reached the age where peer validation becomes central. Civics modules emphasized decentralized decision-making, but only after students had absorbed models of institutional inefficiency. This wasn't just about policy preferences, it was about altering how students framed causality itself. I went back to the override manual and reread the section titled Temporal Inversion Strategy. It described the technique of introducing ideological conclusions early in the learning sequence, then retrofitting factual context around them to create the illusion of independent discovery. The notes claimed this method produced higher retention with lower critical friction. That phrase stuck with me. Lower critical friction. It meant fewer questions, less resistance, more agreement. At midnight, I emailed a contact who used to work in textbook procurement for a state board. I attached samples and asked if she'd ever seen materials like this. Her reply came an hour later. "Where did you get these? Redline isn't supposed to be in circulation. They were pulled from open bidding years ago. No one knows who funded them." When I asked why, she only said, "They weren't writing for the present, they were writing for what comes next." By the end of the week, I wasn't teaching. I was observing. I watched the way students absorbed the language in those packets, not just the content, but the tone. They quoted phrases directly, unprompted, in conversations that had nothing to do with class. Systemic inefficiency, market-optimized choices, legacy burdens, words no 7th grader used naturally. But now they did, fluidly, without hesitation. One student, Jasmine, corrected another for calling Rosa Parks a protester. Technically, she was participating in a non-compliance act, she said, reading directly from the glossary at the back of the Red Line workbook. I watched her scan the room after she spoke, like she was waiting for approval. That wasn't learning. That was conditioning. In the staff lounge, the younger teachers seemed relieved by the structure the new materials provided. The kids stay on task, one said, and the benchmarks are clean, no arguments, no confusion. I asked if they'd reviewed the lessons themselves. Most hadn't. It's standardized, another shrugged. Why would I need to? I wanted to scream. Instead, I checked the lockbox again. New envelopes, same names, one for a social studies teacher who hadn't even started yet. The system was automated. They were preparing replacements before vacancies occurred. I printed one final document. From the unified portal, before my access went down for good, a feedback report labeled Student Comprehension Drift Map, Cohort D. It wasn't a grade report. It was a behavioral analysis. Each student had a profile score based on response conformity, rhetorical assimilation, and something called narrative stability. The higher the score, the more likely the student was to repeat key concepts without deviation. They weren't tracking learning, they were measuring loyalty. That night I packed everything, scans, notes, copies of login timestamps, and mailed them to a former colleague who'd once worked in state curriculum compliance. No return address, just a note that read, "This isn't about politics, it's about memory." I don't expect to reply. I'm not even sure she'll receive it. But I had to try. Because the real danger isn't that the history is being rewritten. It's that the next generation won't know it ever changed. They told us 5G was for faster streaming, but the tower outside Ketchner didn't even carry broadband data, and no one could explain why it hummed at night. I first noticed it while driving back from a fiber maintenance checkout near the state border. Small farming town, maybe 800 people tops, most of them still using DSL or nothing at all. That's why it stuck out. A sleek new 5G tower planted just off the highway, gleaming like a misplaced monument to modernity. No data service, in or out, and nothing on the public access logs. I'd been working as a subcontracted telecom engineer for almost 13 years, and I'd never seen a tower that didn't route traffic. I ran a passive scan from my truck's toolkit. No handshakes, no data pulses, nothing above the noise. Floor. It was quiet. Too quiet. But at 2:30 a.m., with rain tapping the windshield and the smell of solder still on my fingers, I chalked it up to a glitch. Maybe it just wasn't activated yet. 3 days later, I saw the same model again. Identical hardware, same polished casing, same dead silence. This time outside a town called Emery Creek. I asked the local installer who put it up. He shrugged and said it came straight from a federal contract with a third-party integrator out of DC. "We just bolt 'em in," he told me. "No questions, no diagnostics." That was the first time I felt it, unease, like someone had turned down the noise in my brain and left a hum behind. Not the tower's hum, my own. Back home, I pulled the raw RF logs from my mobile test kit and ran them through a signal analyzer. The results made my stomach turn. Low-frequency waveforms, irregular spikes. It wasn't data, it was modulation. I compared the fingerprints to known telecom profiles. Nothing. Then I cross-referenced legacy DoD signal libraries from some older work I'd done with a retired spectrum analyst. One match, classified field transmission patterns from psychological operations tech, decades old, long deprecated. But this wasn't old, this was active. Someone was broadcasting, and I was starting to hear it. I didn't say anything at first. Part of me hoped I'd made a mistake, misread the spectrum data, or confused a reflection for a signal. But every time I closed the logs and reopened them, the pattern was still there. An ultra-low frequency pulse, irregular but intentional, buried beneath the noise like a whisper under static. It sat just below 20 Hz outside the range of human hearing, but well within the brain's range of response. Infrasound. I remembered the term from a military contractor I'd once done cabling for, something about mood influence, behavioral drift. Back then, I'd chalked it up to Cold War paranoia, the kind of stuff they used to test on unwilling soldiers under code names no one speaks aloud anymore. But this wasn't a declassified relic or some forgotten lab file. This is being broadcast, now. I built a makeshift analyzer using spare parts and a repurposed SDR receiver, tuning it specifically to the signal I'd pulled from the towers. I let it run overnight, filtering out local interference and harmonics. By morning, I had 5 hours of clean waveform. It wasn't just noise, it was structured. Loops, lulls, embedded patterns that didn't resemble anything from civilian infrastructure. I ran it through an old signal processing program used for digital watermarking, hoping for a compression signature. What came back looked like control sequences, not content, but influence, subaudible manipulation designed to sync with biological rhythms. I sat back in my chair, the early morning light bleeding through the blinds, and felt that same hum inside me again. Not sound, pressure, presence. 2 nights later, I drove out to the tower site in Emery Creek with a wideband antenna and a handheld recorder. I parked a quarter-mile off and killed the engine, stepping out into the dark with only a headlamp and the sound of crickets for company. The tower loomed ahead, silent, static, unnatural against the trees. When I powered on the scanner, the readout lit up instantly. Strong signal, stronger than before. And something else, a second frequency, shorter bursts, narrow bands, oscillating every few seconds, not random, not environmental. It was as if the tower was responding to something, or someone. That's when I noticed the timing. Every burst aligned with a news bulletin from the national radio network. I checked the timestamps on the broadcast logs when I got home. Each signal spike matched a shift in the language or tone of the coverage. Subtle, but measurable. Not propaganda, nudging, not direct control, behavioral drift. And they'd placed the towers in rural counties, battleground precincts, swing zones, areas where a few thousand minds could tip a national outcome. I sat in the dark of my workshop, surrounded by wires and heat sinks, and realized the scale of what I'd found. They weren't improving our coverage, they were tuning our decisions. The first real lead came from a procurement document buried in a regional infrastructure ledger, an oversight, I assume, because it wasn't supposed to be visible. The line item was simple. Signal Support Node, Rural Deployment Unit 3, Phase E2. No vendor, no cost, no signature, just a digital stamp from a placeholder agency I'd never heard of. Federal Systems Maintenance Authority. I ran the name through every federal registry I had access to. Nothing, not even a shell listing. I only found a hit when I checked old FOIA-released correspondence tied to a defunct broadband stimulus program from nearly a decade ago. One memo mentioned the same agency name in connection with non-civilian rural infrastructure testing. That memo was redacted down to almost nothing, but the metadata listed a routing tag used by military PSYOPs liaisons in domestic simulation trials. I'd heard of those before, not official, not public. They ran quiet behavioral studies in low population zones, testing crowd response to broadcast cues, ambient messaging, things you'd never notice unless you were looking. My stomach tightened. I went back to my spectrum logs and checked the modulation shifts over the last month. The signal changed every few days, but not randomly. It followed a pattern, subtle spikes around key media events. Debates, press releases, even local coverage of school board protests. And each time, the waveform briefly harmonized at 17.4 Hz, a frequency linked in old NATO white papers to mood destabilization, anxiety, distrust, hypervigilance. I don't scare easily, but I couldn't explain away what I was seeing anymore. This wasn't some rogue broadcast. This was calibrated, purposeful. Someone was blanketing certain populations with low-frequency influence right as their communities were being politically activated. I needed someone else to verify it. I called an old contact, Elise, a Spectrum compliance auditor who'd once mapped illegal jammer usage for an NGO overseas. We hadn't talked in years. I didn't give her the full story, just enough to pique her interest. I sent her the raw RF data and one question. Do you see what I see? She responded 6 hours later. No greeting, no pleasantries, just a single line. Where did you get this? I replied. And then nothing. Silence. No receipt. Her phone went to voicemail. 2 days later, her LinkedIn was gone. Her company bio vanished from the firm's website. As if someone had erased her from the map. That's when I stopped sleeping. He showed up at my workshop just after midnight, dressed like a utility tech, the kind you'd see splicing fiber in a rainstorm. Orange vest, company logo I didn't recognize, clipboard tucked under one arm. But he didn't knock. He stood in the doorway, silent, until I looked up from the waveform data I'd been staring at for 2 straight hours. His expression was unreadable, neutral, calm, maybe too calm. You're monitoring the towers, he said, not a question. What exactly do you think you found? I didn't answer. My mind was already trying to gauge his angle. He wasn't law enforcement. His badge wasn't real, I could tell from the spacing in the emboss. And his gear was pristine, never worn, staged, theatre. We're tracking sub-base anomalies that match deprecated military signalling protocols, I said carefully. If this is part of a sanctioned trial, you're missing your disclosure paperwork. That earned the faintest twitch of his mouth. Not quite a smile. Disclosure isn't part of this phase, he replied. But you've already stepped outside your domain. People notice that. He reached into the clipboard and handed me a single sheet of paper. No letterhead, no signature. Just a paragraph of text and a small map with 3 circles drawn in red. Ketchner, Emery Creek, and a third location I hadn't visited yet. You're interfering with a controlled behavioral influence initiative authorized under Directive 129B, it read. Cease all independent analysis and destroy related data. Non-compliance will be interpreted as subversive interference with active operations. I looked up, but he was already walking away. Didn't wait for questions. Just turned and disappeared into the dark like he'd never been there. I ran outside, but there was no truck, no tail lights, nothing but the sound of distant power lines buzzing in the night. I went back in, scanned the document, no watermark, no ink variation. It wasn't printed, it was embedded. I'd seen that kind of paper before, during a brief stint subcontracting, for a signals unit in Fort Drum. Special grade composites for untraceable memos. Disposable instructions. The kind meant to disappear. That night I packed up my gear and backed up everything to an encrypted drive. I didn't destroy the data.
I duplicated it twice. I crossed the line, and whoever he was, he wanted me to step back. But it was already too late, because I'd seen the pattern. And I was certain now it was designed to escalate.
The third tower was harder to reach. It sat on the edge of Boone County, deep in a wooded patch behind an abandoned grain depot that hadn't seen rail traffic in 30 years. No paved access road, no utility markers, just a narrow gravel track, barely wide enough for my truck. I'd found it on the paper that man left, the only red circle I hadn't visited. This one looked older than the others, like it had been installed before the others even existed. The casing was weathered, the base sunken slightly into the soil, like it had been here long enough to settle in. But the signal was stronger, much stronger. It wasn't a broadcast anymore, it was a loop. A self-repeating signal chain designed to layer and reinforce itself over time. I sat in the cab, engine off, SDR receiver, running through a band sweep cycle. What came through wasn't just noise, it was a compound waveform with embedded echo bursts, a kind of phase distortion that shouldn't have existed unless it was targeting the auditory system's response curve directly. I felt it in my chest before I heard it. A low pressure, like the weight of a storm front moving in. Not painful, but insistent. I looked at the frequency stack and saw something I hadn't noticed before, tiny spikes occurring every 4 seconds, each one modulating, slightly from the last. And then it clicked. These weren't signals meant to be received in the traditional sense. They were meant to entrain, to influence brainwave activity just enough to shift behavior at a population scale. It wasn't mind control, not in the way the movies pretend. It was nudging, a push toward fear, toward distrust, toward voting from the gut instead of the mind. And when I overlaid the broadcast logs from this tower with the county's voting records over the last 3 election cycles, the pattern became undeniable. Every year the tower was active, turnout shifted by 3 to 5% in favor of hardline candidates, even in areas previously split down the middle. It wasn't decisive enough to trigger suspicion, but it was consistent, deliberate, engineered. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the hum, about the sensation in my ribs when the loop hit its peak. I didn't sleep. I barely moved. I sat at my desk, watching the signal draw itself again and again across the screen like a slow heartbeat pulsing just beneath the surface of the country. I didn't expect to hear from her again, not after the silence, not after her digital footprint vanished overnight. But just before dawn, 6 days after I'd sent the last data dump, a package arrived. No return address, no markings, just A padded envelope left at my back door. Inside was a USB drive and a note printed on thermal paper. You were right. They're embedding real-time feedback loops. Don't call, don't reply. Burn this after copying. The handwriting was hers, rushed but unmistakable. I isolated the drive on a clean machine, air-gapped and shielded, then loaded the contents. There were 6 files, mostly raw hex, but one caught my attention. It was a screen recording of an internal calibration tool used to monitor regional response to the signal in real time. A map glowed across the screen, color-coded by emotional volatility. Red zones throbbed in sync with the loop's peaks. I recognized the layout immediately. These weren't population centers, they were psychological fault lines. Towns with high unemployment, recent closures, opioid spikes. The software tracked not just signal strength but behavioral resonance, real-time sentiment modeling harvested from open devices, phones, TVs, smart thermostats. Anything with a mic or accelerometer was feeding back into the system. This wasn't just broadcasting anymore. It was listening, learning, adapting. Elise had annotated one of the graphs with a single phrase. Threshold crossing imminent. I didn't know what that meant at first, but as I watched the loop cycle through its phase shifts, I realized something had changed. The frequency drift was tightening. The signal was no longer adapting slowly. It was locking in, locking onto something or someone. I ran a test, pulled anonymized metadata from a public analytics API and checked for temporal correlation between loop activity and regional spikes in incident reports, aggression, domestic disturbances, even suicide attempts. The alignment was grotesquely precise. 4-second delay from peak cycle to measurable behavioral shift. I sat back from the monitor, my throat dry, and understood what Elise meant. The towers weren't just tools, they were triggers, countdown mechanisms, and we were running out of time before something irreversible happened. I always thought if the truth came out, people would care. That the scale of it, the cold precision, the sheer audacity of turning entire communities into testbeds for psychological interference would spark outrage. But I was wrong. The few I told dismissed it as paranoid tech talk, mistaking the clarity of the evidence for delusion. Even the friendliest contacts stopped replying once they saw the raw data. The problem wasn't disbelief, it was fear. Quiet, rational fear. And maybe they were right. The broadcast loops peaked 3 nights before the state primaries. Each tower escalated its cycle rate, dropping to 3.1 seconds between pulses. I measured a shift in public sentiment just hours later. Online forums exploded with rage posts. Local call-in shows filled with fear and anger. Nothing specific, just a general unease channeled in one direction, against whoever the signal told them to fear. I knew then it was the final phase. Not influenced, not nudging, activation. I tried to stop it, pulled the emergency protocol files Elise had included, laid out like a field guide for sabotage. I chose one tower, Boone County. The first one I'd felt, the one closest to locking in. At 2:17 a.m., I hiked the access trail with a thermal disruptor I'd rigged from a defunct microwave relay and a car battery. It wasn't elegant, but it would be enough. The tower was quiet in the dark, humming faintly, its casing warm despite the cold air. I looped the disruptor over the core junction and fired the charge. The burst knocked out every sensor in a 2-mile radius for 7 seconds, and when I looked back up, the hum was gone. Just like that. Dead. The next morning, local news reported a transformer fire, minor outage, no casualties. But when I checked the feedback logs, I saw something I hadn't expected. The Boone County signal had vanished, but so had the loop across the entire network. A chain collapse. One tower had been the keystone. I sat in my truck for a long time, wondering if it was really over. If they'd pull back, recalibrate, or disappear entirely. That was 2 months ago. The signals haven't returned. The towers are still standing, quiet now, watching.
I moved once, then again. I keep my head down. No calls, no devices with microphones. And every night before I sleep, I sit in silence and listen for the hum. So far, I haven't heard of it, but I know what it sounds like now. And if it starts again, I'll be ready. I thought I was archiving census software. Turns out I was indexing futures. That line shouldn't have come out of my mouth, but it did, quietly, while sipping weak coffee in a garage I now called home. For 6 years I worked as a systems
architect subcontracted through a firm so buried in federal layers, I didn't know who I really answered to. My clearance wasn't flashy, but it was deep enough to get into the data flow, not the reports that hit the public, but the raw numbers. Right after they were scraped, cleaned, and tagged, I was in charge of building automated analysis tools for the 2020 census review cycle. Basic stuff, or so I thought. Count the people, group them by region, income, and whatever else DC deemed relevant that year. Until I found the switch. It started with a pattern. Every few weeks, entire blocks of census zones were being reclassified, but not demographically, financially. Zip codes that once fell within moderate income brackets were flagged and routed into long-term reduction zones. I assumed it was a fluke, maybe a formatting error from one of the auxiliary tagging servers, but it wasn't. It was happening across multiple states, disproportionately in areas with young male populations and high digital literacy, the kind of neighborhoods where protests start, where movements brew, where algorithms might see a threat before anyone even raises a fist. I brought it up to my handler, a man who insisted I call him Ross, though that was likely a placeholder. He looked at me the way a parent looks at a child who just repeated something overheard through a wall. "It's a modeling directive," he said flatly. "Predictive risk mitigation, internal only. Stay on task." That was the first moment I realized I was part of something else. Not just data work, not even surveillance, but adjustment. I wasn't tracking America, I was quietly helping redraw it. And someone, somewhere, had decided certain futures weren't worth funding. That night, I downloaded the server logs. Not the summaries, not the sanitized monthly deltas, but the pipeline triggers themselves, hundreds of them, thousands. And they all pointed to a single line of code buried in a module no one was supposed to see. A conditional switch labeled only as DRN lock. It ran every 3 weeks, always at night, always right before the funding projections were compiled, and it had one function: map social volatility to economic suppression. The numbers weren't just counting us anymore, they were quietly deciding who got to thrive and who didn't. 3 weeks after I pulled the server logs, I started seeing the world differently. Not metaphorically, literally. I couldn't walk past a crumbling sidewalk or a shuttered clinic without wondering if it had been touched by the DRN lock. The switch wasn't just a trigger, It was part of a decision engine fed by models I didn't even know existed. Deep trend forecasting tools that ran simulations decades ahead. I traced one directive all the way back to a 2013 framework document labeled Civic Stability by Income Pathway. It wasn't public, it didn't have agency headers or congressional record, but its signature matched a batch of Pentagon contingency papers I'd encountered once during a joint review audit. I wasn't supposed to have seen those either. That's when I understood the census wasn't being used to inform policy anymore. It was policy, a simulation in motion powered by real people, real choices, and real fallout. The DRN lock worked by flagging tracks that trended toward what the model called economic agitation potential. It pulled in data from education levels, property, ownership, even keyword clustering from anonymized text messages and local internet traffic. Then it fed those zones into a financial redirection system, cutting grant eligibility, delaying infrastructure improvements, rerouting community development.
Funds?
These weren't just poor areas. Some were on the verge of recovery, gentrification resistant, high voter turnout, politically diverse. They weren't dying neighborhoods. They were unpredictable. And unpredictability, I came to learn, was now considered a risk. I dug deeper. There was a shadow protocol tied to the DRN lock, something called the Carter vector. No idea where the name came from. Maybe it was a person, maybe a cover term. But the vector was the algorithmic backbone of the sabotage. It didn't just predict unrest, it weighed it. If a neighborhood was demographically young, digitally active, and had a history of organizing, it scored higher. If it had immigrant populations, renters over owners, or even just too many indie bookstores per capita, the model tagged it as vulnerable to ideological divergence. Those were the words it used: cold, mechanical, but unmistakably targeted. Someone had built a machine to find the future's troublemakers before they caused trouble and starve them before they could grow. I stopped sleeping. Not out of fear exactly. Out of anger. I had written parts of that code. Not the DRN lock itself, but the underlying structures that fed it. The census aggregation modules, the pattern recognition heuristics. I thought I was building tools to help underserved communities get what they needed, but the system had quietly inverted. It wasn't empowering data, it was weaponizing it. And now every keystroke I'd ever written was part of that silent war. The first time I saw a full output from the Carter vector, I was sitting alone in a temporary office in DC. A repurposed server room with blackout curtains and a desk that still smelled like ozone. I'd been invited, or rather summoned, by someone who claimed to be from an interagency advisory unit. No title, no badge, just a business card with a dot matrix code and the phrase adaptive futures. They gave me a secure terminal and a temporary login. "You're here to validate outputs," the man said, his tone neutral, as if this were a routine compliance check. What appeared on screen made my stomach turn. It was a list of census tracts, each tagged with color codes, and predictive scores: economic instability, ideological volatility, law enforcement strain. Every line item ended with a financial recommendation: divest, delay, deny. No names, no context, just cold metrics guiding slow erosion. At first I couldn't tell what separated a red zone from a yellow one. They weren't always the poorest, or the most violent. Some red zones were middle-class suburbs that looked harmless on the surface. What made them dangerous, according to the model, was trajectory. The system didn't care where a neighborhood was, it cared where it might go. If a community showed signs of developing self-sufficiency, strong local leadership, or independent media, the Carter vector flagged it. Not because of what it was doing, but because of what it could become. Threats weren't defined by crime or poverty. They were defined by potential. I reviewed 36 zones that afternoon, and by the fourth I could see the pattern. Areas marked for suppression had something else in common. They were disconnected from major federal contractors. No defense jobs, no surveillance tech vendors, no high-dollar infrastructure projects. The model wasn't just filtering based on demographics, it was enforcing compliance through absence. If your zip code wasn't economically dependent on the system considered you expendable, and once the DRN lock activated, your future was sealed in silence. No alerts, no headlines, just a quiet drop in municipal resources, unapproved grant applications, and roads that never got repaved. That night, I copied the output logs onto a secure drive I'd built years ago for personal backups. I hadn't used it since I left my contract, but this wasn't a backup. It was evidence, not of a theory or a guess, but of an operating framework. One that had quietly turned population data into a weapon for managed decay. The kind no one would ever trace back to a single policy, because it wasn't a law. It was code. And code, once deployed, never asks permission. 3 weeks after I pulled the logs, I got careless. Or maybe just tired. I was back home, scanning metadata from the DRN lock's triggers, trying to reverse engineer the decision trees when an unfamiliar header popped up in the sandbox stream. Int dir SRB mem 3a. The file was locked under 2 layers of encryption, not typically used for census code, and that alone was enough to pull me in. When I finally cracked it, using an old diagnostic override I'd built into a deprecated test suite, I found something I still can't explain fully. It wasn't code, it was a memo, a plain text document buried inside the system, never meant to be seen outside of closed-loop operations. It was dated February 19, 2017 and marked Internal Directive Strategic Forecasting Division. No signature, just a stamp, authorized under Title 50, Section 3024. The memo laid out what it called a proactive fiscal displacement framework. The language was precise, legalistic, but chilling. It described using census-derived predictive threat models not just to identify future disruption zones, but to apply targeted economic constraints to environments statistically correlated with subnational instability. In plain terms, defund the future threats, make sure the places most likely to organize, resist, or demand change were too preoccupied with survival to do anything else. The directive included benchmarks, exact population shifts, behavioral markers, even anticipated slogans. They were tracking ideology like a contagion, and instead of curing it, they were cutting off the air. The part that hit hardest was the closing paragraph. It referenced a pilot program from back in 2010, something labeled Delta Region 9, and noted that subject communities demonstrated a measurable loss in upward mobility and civic engagement within 36 months of index suppression. That phrase, index suppression, kept echoing in my head. This wasn't an experiment anymore, it was a doctrine. And it worked. They weren't waiting for rebellion. They were bleeding it out of the data before it could form into action. No.
Violence, no overt crackdowns, just delayed school repairs, denied home loans, vanished bus routes. All of it backed by a model that never needed to prove its morality, only its efficiency.
I saved the memo, printed a single hard copy, and burned the temp logs. I knew then that I couldn't report it, not up the chain, not to the media. This wasn't a secret that could be leaked. It was a system built to survive exposure by design, because if the sabotage looked like coincidence, no one would ever call it sabotage at all. It wasn't until I mapped the funding trails that I realized how far the sabotage extended. The DRN lock wasn't just altering census classifications, it was reshaping contracts. Every federal initiative that touched housing, education, healthcare, even broadband access had quietly aligned itself with the suppression zones. But the change didn't show up in public documents. On paper, the funding remained consistent, competitive, merit-based, legally transparent. Only when I overlaid the Carter vector outputs with internal procurement logs did the pattern emerge. Areas flagged as volatility risks weren't just denied investment, they were excluded from opportunity. Local contractors based in these zones were systematically filtered out. Their bids were quietly reclassified as non-competitive, not because of pricing or credentials, but because the internal risk model had pre-labeled the region itself as unreliable. In some cases, the system used automated scoring algorithms tied to location-based trust indices. If a vendor's registered address fell within a divergence-prone census tract, the application received a silent downgrade. No explanation, no appeal. In other cases, larger contracting officers were nudged, subtly, through informal channels or embedded policy notes, to avoid partnerships in these areas. The justification always sounded harmless: low economic resilience, unverified continuity, or, the most common, insufficient performance outlook. But the businesses being blacklisted had no history of failure. They just operated in the wrong zip codes. I traced one example to a community co-op in Ohio, providing low-cost broadband to underserved neighborhoods. They'd won state-level praise for innovation and were shortlisted for a Department of Commerce grant. Then, overnight, all communications stopped. Their profile was marked inactive. They never reapplied. I checked the DRN lock logs. Zip code 44105 had been reassigned as Phase 2 divergence potential 2 weeks prior. I pulled historical data. Crime was down, graduation rates were up. The only spike was in voter turnout. That was the variable, that was the flag. I expanded the search, running automated scrapes across 4 years of bid histories. The pattern repeated everywhere. Neighborhoods that crossed a certain behavioral threshold, independent media growth, labor organizing, public forums, were edged out of both direct funding and indirect participation. Infrastructure projects bypassed them. Emergency aid was deprioritized. Educational partnerships dried up. And slowly, the communities themselves began to weaken. Not from neglect, but from absence. Strategic absence. These weren't budget cuts. They were decisions, modeled, weighted, executed through code. No headlines, no lawsuits, just gaps. Doors that never opened, grants that never landed, programs that quietly stalled. And when outcomes began to deteriorate, the model fed on that decay to justify the next round of suppression. A loop. A self-sustaining algorithm of disappearance. And the worst part was knowing I had helped build it. Not maliciously, not knowingly, But with every line of logic I'd optimized for accuracy, I'd helped perfect a machine that erased people from the map, one contract denial at a time. They called it calibration, but it felt like theatre. Twice a year, senior data architects and policy liaisons gathered for what was officially known as the Forward Mapping Symposium. I'd never been invited before. Contractors weren't usually brought into calibration, especially not ones flagged as analytics side only. But I was summoned after the memo leak scare, likely as a test. The symposium was held off-site, in a facility that looked like a private university from the outside. Clean glass, quiet landscaping, no signage. Inside it was something else entirely. No reception, no name badges, just corridors that muffled sound and rooms labelled with single letters. I was directed to Room G. When I entered, there were 12 of us, 8 analysts, 2 behavioural economists, and 2 people I still don't know how to classify. One of them never spoke. The other spoke too much. The session began with scenario walkthroughs. They used projected models drawn from the Carter vector, live simulations showing how different demographic clusters responded to targeted fiscal withdrawal. In one case, a small city in the southwest was slowly cut off from public transit upgrades. Within 18 months, voter turnout in municipal elections dropped by 31%. Disengagement threshold achieved, the presenter noted. In another model, a school district in a formerly industrial Midwest town was excluded from all Department of Energy education grants. Local STEM programs vanished. 5 years later, the majority of students tested below national averages, and the region's eligibility for federal innovation funds was revoked. The loop had completed itself. A closed circuit of engineered failure. At one point I asked whether any calibration effort had ever been reversed. The room went silent. Then the man who spoke too much leaned forward. Reversal creates data. Collisions, he said. Recovery skews the next forecast window, so no, we don't restore suppressed zones. We re-index them. The phrase chilled me. Re-index, as if entire communities were just variables to be renamed. No discussion of people, families, histories, only trajectories. When I pressed again, he sighed. You don't treat unstable code by fixing every broken instance. You route around it. After the session, I stayed behind and watched as one of the economists packed up. She looked younger than the others, maybe early 30s, but her voice had the dull certainty of someone who'd stopped asking questions long ago. I asked her how she justified it. We're not targeting people, she said, not even looking
at me. We're optimizing systems. Then she walked out, leaving me alone in a room where the future was modelled not as a place we reach, but as a path we prove.
I didn't plan to leak the files. I planned to bury them, encrypt the drive, destroy the hardware, disappear. But the deeper I went, the harder it became to accept silence. It wasn't guilt that pushed me, it was inevitability. The models weren't just predicting economic patterns anymore, they were adapting them, refining suppression in real time. Whole neighborhoods were being written out of the future by lines of code that no one outside the system even knew existed. I couldn't pretend it was theoretical. I had watched the algorithms adjust mid-cycle after a burst of civic activity in Portland. Within days, 3 funding pathways were closed, and a key federal contract was rerouted to a private firm that had never operated in the region. Their bid was 20% higher. It didn't matter, the directive had already shifted. The community had stepped out of its predicted behavior range, so the system moved to correct it. I chose a journalist I trusted, someone I'd worked with years ago during a project on digital surveillance. She wasn't flashy, not the type to chase sensationalism. I sent her a single folder with an encoded message. If this makes sense, tell me the name of the street where we first met. It was a test of memory and integrity. She replied the next day, Mulberry and 6th. You ordered black coffee and said the world was made of mirrors. That was enough. I gave her access to a sandbox mirror of the DRN lock interface and a filtered version of the Carter Vector documentation. I kept the sabotage memo offline, stored on a device not connected to anything. That was my insurance, the part too dangerous to send unless there was no other choice. For weeks, she worked quietly, validating the data with sources I didn't
ask about. When we finally spoke, it wasn't over the phone.
She flew in, rented a car, and met me in a parking garage beneath a shuttered office park. We didn't say much, just sat in silence while she read the final pages. Then she looked at me and said, They won't publish this, not all of it. Not now. I asked her why. She folded the printouts and slid them into a plain manila envelope. Because it's too elegant, too quiet. No one believes in quiet conspiracies. She wasn't wrong. The danger of the system wasn't in its secrecy, it was in its plausibility. Everything it did looked like bureaucracy, neutral, statistical, clean. But I'd seen behind the code, I'd seen how democracy was being managed out of relevance, replaced by a feedback loop where only compliance was rewarded and every deviation became a forecast to be corrected. I don't know if the files will ever see daylight. Maybe they'll leak, maybe they'll vanish, maybe I will too. But someone needs to know this happened, that the census, once a tool to count us, was turned into a weapon to erase futures that didn't conform. I'm recording this now from a borrowed cabin. No signal, no grid. I don't expect to stay long. If this reaches you, it means the disclosure threshold was crossed. Someone made the call. And if you're hearing this, then the system wasn't perfect after all. Someone got through. Someone counted.